tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, hey folks. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday afternoon. I'm having a good Sunday. Nothing for this old guy to whine about today. Not really. Nothing important, at least. You know, we can always find something to whine and cry about, right? If we work at it. Seems like it takes a lot less effort sometimes to whine about something than it does to just be happy about something, you know. And we got to remind ourselves, you know, I need to cheer up a little bit, you know. Well, we only got a couple folks out there in the chat. Kathy Gahan, right away, she popped on. There's a sweetie for you. She says, hey, Sty, I'll be back. She's back. And then she's asked, she says, hope you're feeling well. Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. Then Middle Music jumped on there. He's got to tempt me with food all the time. I brought a few dozen chili burgers from the Sty Shack. Help yourself to them. Oh, I wish you were here, man. I'd take a chili burger right now. I was thinking of chili dogs done out on the grill. I think I'll wait till the middle of the week, I guess. And then there's Kathy. She said she'd be back. I know you can't see the emojis on the StreamYard side, but yeah, she's got 3 hearts up there. Great to see you, Kathy. Great to see all of you. Now, I'm going to just rattle on. I'm hoping some of them folks I sent invitations out to today will pop up. But I got nobody in the basement. I got no one in the basement. I did have running water down in the basement. Stepping up. Boy, we got running water in the basement. Yeah. Kathy. Kathy, you're crazy. Oh, thank you, girl. Thank you so much. That is awesome of you. Native Coots is in the house. There's a sweet person for you right there. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Great to see you. So yeah, I had running water down in the basement, and we were only able to chat for a little while because he's driving through some hilly country in one of those places where they got a cell tower every 50, 60 miles, you know. So his connection wasn't the best. But I'll fill you in, running water for the last 2 days with his trucking company and several other companies were, they had a truck rodeo. So he was at the truck rodeo, competing in their truck rodeo for the last couple of days. So he got a couple of days of kind of having some fun, you know. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for. Oh, look at here. There's Matt J's in the house. Hey, Matt. Yeah, saying hi to all of us. But so he's happy. He's back out on the road. He was supposed to have today off. Somebody in his dispatch for the company screwed up and put him on a load that he had to leave by 3 a.m. this morning with that load. He was supposed to have all of today off, along with all the other drivers. All the drivers that competed were given today off because they spent 2 solid days competing. They gave them the 3rd day off. Running water, for some reason, no, they nailed him with a load right away. Okay, Native Goodsas. She says, I'll be up in a little bit. That's okay. But, okay, so running water's doing good. He's doing it. He's back to his old routine, you know. Marine Mom's in the house. Hey, sweetie, it's great to see you. Awesome. So I've got some updates. So last weekend was Memorial Day weekend, of course. We did our live stream. And the Friday before the last live stream, I had gone through a full CT scan, double contrasted CT scan. They want to take a close look at the cancer in me and see what it's doing, you know. We hadn't been able to stop it, and it was slowly growing. It was still growing. So Tuesday, day after Memorial Day, I have to go to get my chemo, and that was the day that I see the doctor, have a regular doctor visit. Well, the doctor was, I could tell right away, he's happy about something. And he tells me, he said, I got some good news for you. I said, good news? You have good news for me? He said, well, the chemo you're on right now, we're going to tweak that a little bit next week. That's tomorrow. We're going to tweak it a little bit. We're going to tweak it up a little bit. But he says, I want you to stay in touch with me constantly. If you get any side effects that mess up your quality of life at all, I want you to let me know because we'll tweak it back down. But he says, right now, since we've had you on this regimen of chemo, he said, it's been a month and a half and the cancer hasn't grown a bit. He says, no signs of growth at all. It hasn't grown. It hasn't spread. It's stopped where it was when we did the last CT. He said, we didn't really expect that. We expected it to keep growing. Maybe we could slow it down. He says, but right now, it's stopped. It's not growing. Still there, but it ain't growing. I said, what does that mean? He says, next time we do a CT, if the same results come back, it's not growing. He said, your longevity has expanded a little bit. If we see that it is actually starting to reduce, he said, yes, that'll mean your longevity has expanded quite a bit. So that was good news. That was good news. That going through this BS has actually been helping, you know. I was really glad to hear that. Hey, Peppers in Kentucky living right there. Great to see you, Peppers. Yeah, Matt, that is awesome news. I'm very happy with it. So the yeah, metal music. Don't I wish that's good news. It needs to go like a gallstone. It's gone. Yeah, I I had gallstones once. Never again. I don't want them buggers ever again. But if that's all it would take to get rid of this completely, I'd go for it. There's the real Robert Rockwell. Great to see you. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I love seeing you folks every Sunday. It really makes my week. So I get that good news on Tuesday, right? Well, I got a nightmare going on out here in my yard. This is no kidding, folks. There were spots in my yard, the grass was just below my knees. It was 16 to 18 inches deep, the grass. And the dandelions and every other damn thing growing in the yard, clover and everything. The oh yeah, the bees loved the yard. It's all clover and dandelions and nasty, tall, thick crap. I'm still working on that riding lawnmower of mine. Couldn't get it fired up. And I bit the big bullet. I said, well, I'm not going to go hungry. I'm not going to go without smokes. I just won't have any extras this month, right? So I bit the bullet. I went and bought myself a brand new push lawnmower. And I wasn't sure if I should or not, but that push lawnmower paid off. I'm going to share this with you here. Now my front yard looks like that. Oh, I lost the camera. Sorry, guys. That keeps happening for some reason. I'm going to try again. See, no, it just doesn't want to let my camera pop up. Dock on it. That means there's something wrong over at the camera. It got moved around this morning, so the connection's probably bad. Sorry. But my front yard looks like $1 million. I found out I got a sweet mower. I don't even remember the name of it. It's got a Briggs & Stratton engine on it. If I got that mower parked on my sidewalk, it's a single pull, cold start, single pull, fires right off. If I'm sitting on grass where there's friction on the blade, usually the second or third pull, she's off and running. The only problem is this old boy ain't got the steam he used to have. So I've mowed the whole front of the yard, right up to the front of the house, side to side, the whole front. I did that in one afternoon. Now, yesterday, I did down both sides of the house. The one side was bad. Oh my God. There were weeds back there that were higher than my knees. And that hand mower, that push mower, got through all of that. Well, it's a sweet mower. It's got like 8-inch wheels on the front and 12-inch wheels on the back. I think the 12 were 14s. Big, tall wheels on the back. And that bugger just, oh man, easy to push. But I can only do about a third of the yard each day. That's all the steam I got in me. So I still got to do the backyard. I'll do that Tuesday. Because tomorrow I got chemo. It's a full day of chemo tomorrow. I'll be there from 11 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. So I won't get any mowing in tomorrow. But Tuesday I finish the back. I'll finish the whole back. Then I'm going to wait a week and I'm going to mow the whole thing again and keep up with it. That the grass grows an inch or two, I'll be out there, I'll mow it. It'll be so much easier not having to shove that mower through all the heavy crap, you know. I don't have to manhandle it so dang much. But boy, it went sweet. It just, I am so glad I got that mower while the riders broke down. I get the rider fixed, I'll still be using this hand mower because there's a couple of spots in the past I wasn't mowing because I couldn't get in there with the riding mower. Now with the push mower, I can get all those spots plus the main yard done with the rider. So I still gotta get the rider running. So that all sounds like good news, right? Sty's got some energy. He's out there. He's mowing the damn lawn. Hell, it was a chore just to pick up the lawnmower because I got 4 big, brand new 18-inch, all AT. You know, they're not off-road, but they're all-terrain type tires in the back of Running Water's truck, and that's what I'm using is his truck. Well, no room for a lawnmower back there, so I had to take them tires out. I didn't realize how big them damn things were until I unloaded them. And I went and got those out and went and got my lawnmower. Lots of energy. Oh, I got to bring her up right away. She pops up here. I got to bring her up right away. How are you, girl?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm
Sounds like you're doing better.
I am doing better. I am doing better. I have to say.
Good news.
I still don't have all the wind in my sails yet, but I got a lot more want to, you know. And I was so glad I got 2/3 of the lawn mowed, and in between my breaks, when I take a break, I'd mow for about 20 minutes, take a break. And I'd sit out here on my porch and I go, oh, well, that has to be done. That has to be done. So I got myself 4 nice cherry tomato plants planted out on my porch. And in just the last 3 days, they've grown more than 2 inches.
I'm a whippersnipper.
Yeah, a whippersnipper. I've got the most wicked weed whip that I've ever
Come
used.
say hi. Come say hi to you.
Hey, Bandit! Hey, Bandit! Oh, yeah, the weed eater I got is a Ryobi cordless, and it's got a 9 amp hour battery I slap on it, and I can weed whip for 10 hours out there if I want. And it does. It weed whips so good. So good.
My son bought a weed whacker. It's a battery powered one.
Yeah.
Really, really spendy one. It almost does my whole yard on one charge, and I got a big yard.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
That's this Ryobi. You know, it's all battery, but Running Water.
I don't know what it's called.
Running Water is crazy. So he buys all these Ryobi tools. Everything you need a tool for, Running Water has it, and it's cordless. Uses batteries. He's got every stinking Ryobi tool they ever built. So what's he do? He gets every size battery for these tools they ever made. And he's got 2 Ryobi batteries that are so old they don't even show you how much charge they have in them. They don't have where you can push the button and see that you got 1 or 2 bars of power left. But now we got this big battery bank that charges 6 of those Ryobi batteries at a time, and a whole shelf of nothing but Ryobi batteries. And everywhere you look is that bright fluorescent green Ryobi tool. Every room's got a tool in it. I mean, yeah, he's got one thing I can't wait to use either is he got a Ryobi cordless pressure washer. Well, that's what we used at camp in 2021, were these cordless pressure washers, and we used them for cleaning the bathrooms at campgrounds. But we found they're awesome for washing the trucks. Well, Running Water buys one made by Ryobi, and I'm looking at that thing. It's the basically the exact same thing we use for the Forest Service. Now I can have a clean truck and I don't have to pay for it. All I got to do is grab spray it off. I can go backwards and spray all that mud and clay off the truck. Hey, Mr. Fulton, it's good to see you.
My son was out there weed whacking the yard. There's too many rocks and stuff out there and hills and shit to use like a regular lawnmower. So he weed whacked it. Apparently he saw a big snake out there. I almost swore. He saw a big snake out there, so he hasn't been out there for a while. The lawn's growing.
It makes me think of a guy up in the town of Paradise. The town's named Paradise. And it's you're driving down this long valley, about 150-mile long valley. And at its widest spot, it's about 3 miles. And it's nothing but Rocky Mountains on both sides of you. You're in the Rockies. And it's just this long, stinking valley following a river. And then there's this town of Paradise. It opens up. It's about 8 miles from the mountains on the left and the mountains on the right. And it's flat as a plate. I mean, it's just flat. I don't know why they named that town Paradise. There's nothing paradise about it. And this buddy of mine lived there, and he invited me over to his place. He had a log skidder he wanted to sell, and I said, well, I'm interested. I'll come take a look at it. So I went over there, and he's got one of them big weed whackers with the big wheels on them, and it's got the big head.
Yeah.
And he says, I got to weed whack all this back here behind the house. He says, I got to get that brush down. He said, we found a timber rattler in the yard, and a little girl got too close to it, almost got bit. So I got to get all that grass mowed down so we can see them rattlers if they're coming through the lawn, And him and his wife and I are sitting there BSing, having a beer together, and he grabs that weed whacker, he takes off. All of a sudden, he runs around the corner of the house, and he's just like a little girl that just found a big old spider in her panties or something. I mean, he's freaking out. And I go, what's going on? He says, rattlesnakes. He says, and I don't mean one or two, lots of rattlesnakes.
Ew.
So I had my
We got a lot of snakes out here, but they're just gardener snakes.
Yeah. So I walked behind his place with my hiking stick, and I'm looking around, and I saw about a half a dozen of them around. And just beyond, right where his yard ends, there's this big pile of rock, small rocks, but a big, huge pile. And I carefully walked through that brush, got up, and there they are coming out of that pile. I said, you got a nest of them buggers under that pile of rock.
Ooh.
And he goes, oh, my God, how do I get rid of them? I said, you destroy the nest, and 2 or 3 days later, you won't see any around here. And he goes, well, how the hell am I going to destroy that nest? That's sitting on the edge of the woods. I can't burn it. And he says, and that pile's huge. It's 20 feet across and 8 feet high. I said, you got that big D9 cat sitting there. He goes, I don't know how to run that thing. I said, I can run it. If we can get it fired up, I'll take care of it. I got that old Caterpillar fired up, drove back there, dropped the blade, and pushed that pile of rock. Even I freaked out. Hundreds of rattlers pouring out of that rock pile. They were everywhere. And once I got over the freakiness of it, I just kept running over it, pushing that rock back and forth, and pounding it all in the ground with that big Caterpillar. When I got done, I put the cat down in front of his place again, parked it where it was. I go to get off of it, and I look, and there's 3 rattlers right there in the driveway area. I know, you bastards, And I jumped off, and I'm heading towards the house. And he's standing on his porch with a shotgun.
And his wife, day, Kathy.
Oh, Kathy cutting out.
Yeah.
Oh, time to be with the baby. Yeah. Um, we'll
That's
see you,
funny.
Kathy. But but they were so afraid of all them rattlers out there
Ew.
that I called them 4 or 5 days later, and I said, "You see any rattlers anymore?" He goes, "I don't know." I said, "What do you mean you don't know?" He says, "We haven't been outdoors for 4 days." I said, "What?" No, neither one of us have left the house for 4 days. He said, "Both of us are afraid to just open the damn door. There could be one right at the door." I said, "Get your lazy butt out there and look around." I said, "I bet you don't find any rattlers." He called me that evening. He said, "Yeah, I've explored the whole place now." He said, "I didn't see a single one." I said, "That's it. You just had to get rid of that nest
Ew.
because the
Ew.
soil was so sandy there and hot. The rattlers didn't want to be somewhere they couldn't find shade, someplace cool. And
Mhm.
so,
I think I got a bunch of, not rattlers, but I got snakes all underneath the house. You usually find them out along the yard, and usually when I'm walking around out in the yard, I'll see them all over the place. They're not huge, but I mean, apparently my son saw a huge one. Apparently he saw a big one.
those dang garter snakes, they can get pretty big. Enough that if a person don't care for snakes, yeah, it
Yeah,
makes them nervous.
I got some snake repellent. I just haven't got out there to spray it around yet.
That's like I found a weed killer that'll only kill the weed. It doesn't kill grass or anything else. It just targets certain weeds. And I was reading on there how well it works. Well, for like burdock, it says spray it if it's becoming mature, cut it off at the ground, spray all the ends on it. And within 3 days, it'll die off. They said after 3 days, spray it again because it won't die for 5 weeks.
Oh my
Because the
gosh.
damn roots on them are so big. The roots on them are so big that it takes up to 5 weeks for that shit to kill that. Um, and I hate them things. I mean, they got leaves on them the size of elephant ears, and then they grow the big goddamn thistles, God, I hate the damn thistles with it. Now that I don't have a beard or any hair, I guess it's not such a big deal. But shit, the last 3 years I go out there and work, and my beard would have them goddamn birds in them. Oh shit! God, I hated the fashion. Yeah. But yeah, my yard's getting into order. Got a lot of small chores out of the way. Like I said, I got them tomato plants in. Going to be putting in 4 pepper plants this week.
Oh, nice.
Get myself some peppers growing out here on the porch, and then actually I think I'm putting 6 in, not 4, because I'm putting reds, yellows, and greens out. So
Nice.
we'll see how they do.
I love peppers.
That'll be 4 big planter pots out there on the front porch. The running water bought these neat. Oh God, they're awesome. They're like a real heavy canvas round pot, and they just fold up. You unfold them, and you get this. It's about a 3 to 4 gallon. Oh, I'd say it's 4 gallon round cloth pot. You fill it full of soil and put your plants in it, and you water it, and you can see little beads of water that come through the pot, but it doesn't just run out of it. It's just little beads here and there of water, and keeps the plants so moist. And the pots when you fill them with dirt, they take the perfect shape. They don't move at all. So that's the first time I've even seen them. And I'm going to put 5 of them to use, but he's got 20 of them. I don't know what the hell he thought I was going to plant in them pots. that porch don't go all the way around the house. So no, I'll get 5 out. Then I got a raised garden. It's, what is it? It's 2.5 by 8 feet long, 2.5 feet wide. I'm setting that out front of the porch, and I'm going to throw some flowers in that damn thing just to pretty up the front of the house. But yeah, and then I find out, that shocked the hell out of me. I've had 3 different people that just shaking the bushes trying to find me an all-terrain walker so I can hike into some of these places I want to go and have that damn walker to sit down when I got it. Because I ain't giving up. I got to use a fucking walker. I will.
Yeah. I see that.
But they all 3 of them are insistent I need one of these all-terrain walkers. I said, well, that's all fine and frickin' dandy, except the good one's going to cost a person about $300. And I said, hell, they even go over 600, some of those all-terrain ones. I said, but I found one for about $300 that, oh, that thing would be sweet to have. But I just can't swing that shit with everything I got to do. And one of those gals called me Thursday morning, and she says, I've got good news for you. I said, God, everybody's giving me good news this week. What the hell's going on? I said, okay, let's hear it. She goes, your application to have your student loans, because I still owe the federal government just shy of 10 grand, 9,000 something on a student loan. I paid off my ex-wife's and then started paying down on mine. And I still got 10 grand of student loan hanging out there that I got to pay on. Well, that's $200 a month. And they're going to restart those student loan payments in August. So I told them, I said, son of a bitch, that 200 comes out of the $235 that I have for everyday costs, you know. I said, I'm only going to have $35 left, you know. And she says, well, she helped me put this application together. She found a little stipulation in the law. If you're near death, if you're classified as near death by your doctor, you're going to live for, you're not going to live for any more than 36 months. Well, my doctor, she was working with my doctor. I didn't even know she was doing that shit. She got a big, long statement out of him, and she sent that to him, and she's been working with him. And she said, guess what they just did? And I said, what's that? She said, you don't owe that loan anymore. They retired it.
That is awesome.
They retired that whole 9 grand. They retired the loan. They said, yeah, if you're near death, you're only going to live for 36 months or less.
Wow.
We don't make you pay any federal debt back.
Wow. That's awesome.
They said, we figured the little bit we'll get out of you during that time, you could use that more than, we're not going to get that much money out of you, you know, $200 a month for a couple of years. Might as well, because once you die, nobody's going to pay it anyway. So they said, I said, well, I was willing to pay it. I just didn't know how I was going to pay it, but I'm willing. And she said, no, you don't have a debt anymore. You can't even pay on it. It's gone. You don't. And she said, and it shows on your credit record that you satisfied the debt. You paid the debt off. She said, it's not a forfeit. You didn't she said, you didn't default on your loan. You didn't default on it. They just said you paid enough of the loan that you're satisfied. So the loan's been satisfied. He said it doesn't affect your credit score or anything. I said, Jesus. I said, that is good news. She goes, oh, no, that's not the good news. I just wanted to update you on that. That's not the good. I said, I'm having to pay $9,000. Is it good news? She goes, oh, no, you got to hear this one. She says there's an organization in southern Wisconsin that doesn't advertise that they're even there, that they're even out there. Everything's word of mouth, and they work directly with cancer centers, senior programs, and other organizations directly. They don't advertise out that they're there. And I said, yeah, who are these people? And she said the name. I totally forgot it already. And I said, what do they have to do with me? She says, well, I contacted them for you. She says, you know that walker you want? I go, yeah. What about it? She goes, well, you just decide which one you want because they're sending you a check for $500 to buy your walker. Say, what?
Wow, that's cool.
I said, there's no way in hell I can spend $500 on a walker.
That's cool.
Why don't I just tell them the one I want? They can order it and have it shipped to me. She goes, no, they're sending you $500. And they said they don't give a shit if you spend $50 on a walker and you take the rest of it and do something to make your life better. Well, you can't. I said, well, who the hell are these people? I mean, they don't know me from Adam. And she goes, well, they do now. And I want to thank them if they're watching right now. But she said,
cool.
She said, I put them onto your YouTube channel because they wanted to know about you. I said, best way for them to know about you, go watch his channel. Go watch some of the things.
Wow.
And so they did. And they said, we'll give the guy $500.
He's not here, Bandit. That was just the wind.
So the all-terrain walker that I wanted to buy.
Okay, he's not here though.
It was $289. And I pulled it up this morning, and it's on sale for $209.
Wow.
So I'm going to have $300 to spare.
Nice.
That's going to go to get my truck on the road. I'm going to take that money and put it in to get my truck running. And
nice.
And talk to a couple of mechanics, and that's about what they figure. It's going to be about $300, $400. Now I'll be able to do it. I'll be able to afford it. And I'll have this awesome all-terrain walker. And I told Running Water that I can't wait because that gives me wheels. I'm out of here, man. I'm roaming. I'm going out, driving all over.
Justin, good morning.
I get that walk. Yeah, Justin. There's Justin. I just pulled out a chunk of that sausage out of the freezer.
Acting like you've just been beat to death.
So I'm having some of that Nakatoon sausage tonight, Justin. I still got chunks in the freezer, so I'm doing it on the sausage. But boy, it sure is nice. That's like having money in the bank when it comes to that sausage to me. Just knowing I've got some in that freezer. It's like, oh, when I get that urge, I can just go in there and grab a chunk of sod off. Yeah, it sounds tasty, don't it? But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I got this fella. He comes and hangs out with me once a week. He's with the hospice team for when I get towards the end point. And he just comes out once a week. We just sit out on the porch and BS. I laugh so hard. He come out here Friday. We're sitting out on the porch for 3 hours just bullshit. and he's out there slapping himself, rubbing and slapping his face. And he's kind of a chubby fella. And I'm watching him. And I look at my own arm. Skeeter lands on it, just walks across my arm, stops, and you can tell he's going to try to bite. Then he stops and he'll walk a little further, try to bite it. No, and then he flies off. Them skeeters won't bite me. I think it's my chemo. The chemotherapy, the skeeters, they try to bite and then they go, whoa, no, that don't taste good. That ain't right. That guy's blood ain't no good. So I'm sitting out there and the skeeters aren't bothering me at all, but they're eating this guy up. They're eating him for lunch. And I felt kind of bad for the guy because I could tell he's not big into the outdoors. He likes the outdoors. I can tell that, but he's not big into the outdoors. So it was turning into an experience where he wasn't enjoying the outdoors. Friday. Metal music. Blood tastes like Tabasco. With certain people, you bet it does. You bet it does. Hey, Bradley Whitworth's in the house.
Ciao, baby. Well, Bandit and I went out a couple days ago. I thought maybe we should just go see if there's any mushrooms out there. But if there's not, we'll go for. There was none. Not even one. Not even the ones we don't want.
Really?
What the hell?
What the hell?
And usually, if somebody's out there before us, we'll usually see like a little piece of stem or something sticking out of the ground. Didn't even see any of that.
No.
Wow.
No. A lot of times, I've done that. You go on a trail hike and watching for any shrooms, especially well, it doesn't matter what shrooms you're looking for, and you start seeing nothing but broke off stems everywhere.
Yep.
Somebody's been in here and raped my trail, that's the thing now is I don't go anywhere without a hiking stick, and that's going to be within a month. Girl, I'm going to get to my hiking stick. I saw him in the shed yesterday, way back in the corner. Shit stacked 8-9 feet high all the way around, but I could see it between those piles. And there's all my hiking sticks all bundled up. They're standing in the corner. I'm going, why didn't I put those out front? Why didn't I put those out front? God damn it.
Oh, Bradley shaved his beard off too.
Wow, Bradley. Wow. Yeah. The cabin background metal music with the 1,000-foot driveway. My ex-wife and I had a beautiful chalet style house, big A-frame style house. We called it a house. The owners of it called it a cabin. I leased it for a full year, and it had its own private lake out front of it, and had a big 12 by 24-foot deck that came off the living room. You could walk right out on, look out over the lake, watch the bald eagles come in and land in the trees right 50 feet off the deck, and watch all the wildlife, just beautiful. People ask us, why in the Sam hell do you live out there? The owners of that place have never stayed there in the winter. You can't get into the place in the winter. I said, I guarantee you I can get in that fucking place. I'll get in there. The driveway was 3/4 of a mile long, just the driveway. And there ain't nothing along that. There ain't no neighbors, nobody along that driveway. And then there was a piece of private land right smack in the middle of the Chequamegon National Forest. So it was just national forest all around us. But that driveway was 3/4 of a mile long. And you probably will think, here goes Sty, he's lying. But I'm not lying. I got witnesses.
Sam.
I snowblowed that whole driveway twice that year with a little snowblower I bought from Sears. I snowblowed that whole freaking driveway. Now you think about that. That was 4 passes I had to make with that snowblower. That's 4 times 3/4. I mean, so that's a lot of freaking snowblowing. But it got us in and out. It just had to be wide enough for my Jeep. I had a Jeep Cherokee. As long as I could squeeze that down the driveway, we're good.
Happy Sunday, Sam.
Samantha Lee. Oh, Samantha Lee. I've been all screwed up, girl. I'm not kidding, Samantha.
You're just full of good news today.
For years, I thought there was a 4-hour difference between me and Michael. There's only a 3-hour difference. Isn't there? No, there should be a 4 because I'm Central, and then there's Mountain, Pacific, and Alaska time. Right? Oh, yeah, that's 3 hours.
Yeah, it's only 3.
I counted it. I counted it. It's 4 miles. You see? 4 miles. Believe what I say, not what you see. I'm trying to fit in with today's. I don't. Everybody's saying, "Oh, all the wokeness and all this and that." And I go, "No, it's not wokeness. It's whatever I say is right." That's what it is. It's not nobody. To me, anybody that plays the wokeness game, they're asleep. I mean, they ain't awoke. They need to wake up. 4 miles sounds right. Yeah. Oh God, I love that place. I wish the hell that we could have stayed in that place, but things the way they went while we were out there with my career and things, it just, and then Sty's nature. Yeah, if it starts turning into a burden, I'll find something else to do. Yeah. The ex-wife was upset with me when I told her. I said, "We just can't afford this chalet anymore." I said, "We could pay for it, but we're not going to do anything else. We're going to just sit in this chalet. That's all we're going to do." So I want a little flexibility. So we're moving. She said, "Fine. Where are we going to move to?" I said, "I already got that taken care of. I bought a trailer house for us to move to." "Oh, no." Well, when she saw the trailer house, it was like, "You want a divorce, don't you?" Said, "Well, sorry, but I couldn't pass the deal up. I bought the trailer house for $3,000. The only problem was it was 12 feet wide. Well, no, I take that back. It was 10 foot wide by 52 feet. It's tiny. It really is tiny. It had supposedly 2 bedrooms in it. The second bedroom was like a big closet, And the worst part was the trailer was built in 1964. I didn't realize it when I bought it that in Wisconsin, if the trailer's older than 1970, you can't even get a permit to pull it down the road.
Wow.
It has to be built after 1970. So I got a trailer house. I can't even move on to another piece of property. And the damn thing was sitting in like a trailer park, but it was a small trailer park. Only had 8 trailers in it. Big, beautiful yard. It's an awesome place. I like the trailer. did with it. Yeah, should have stayed in the chalet, I guess. What I really liked about the chalet was all the wildlife, man. You're just right out. Deer hunt.
Oh,
2 winters I spent there, both deer seasons. Now, at that time, Wisconsin, you could go and get up to 3 doe permits at a time. So you could go to a DNR office and buy 3 doe permits today, go shoot 3 does this afternoon, show up tomorrow and buy 3 more. So you could
wow.
shoot as many does as you wanted for 2 seasons in a row. They did that. Well, I was shooting a doe right off of my porch, off my deck. I'd sit out there in a chair drinking coffee and got the sliding door open, music cranked up, and I'd watch the deer going through and pick a nice big fat doe. Boom, got her. I'll do the same thing tomorrow. The one year I got 6, I took 6. The second year I took 9. So we lived on venison because I took so many deer. Insane.
Yeah.
2
I wouldn't
floors.
mind that.
Right now, I'd kill just to have a little bit of venison in some nice venison steaks would be nice in my fridge, in my freezer. But back then, I had 2 big 8-foot long floor freezers, and they were full of venison, just full, and a lot of game.
Dr. Smith.
Dr. Smith, there he is. Salute. Did that look like I gave a shit? Oh wow, yeah, big difference, eh, Bradley? We lived in a house here in Ashland, Wisconsin. I loved that place. We had 2 places that were kind of running neck to neck as far as age goes. The first one, huge Victorian style, had these big round towers, I guess you'd call them, off the front. And we used the one for a big reading room. It's right off the master bedroom. And that house they split it into a duplex. It was that big. Each duplex was 32 feet wide and 75 feet long. 2 full stories. One unit. And I rented one side of the house. It was beautiful, all hardwood floors, beautiful. It had oak and mahogany staircase going up to the main hallway. But it didn't have much of a yard on that side of the house. Well, then our neighbors on the other side decided to move, and I told the landlord, I said, I'll give you an extra $100 a month if you let me move over there. And I said, but that comes with the yard. No shared yard. These people over here get that little front yard, the little backyard. I get everything on that side of the house. And it was huge. I mean, you could have put another one of those big monster houses on that yard. And he said, yeah, I'll go for it. For an extra $100, you get the yard. And you get to move over to the other side. We moved to the other side. The wood was even fancier. I mean, it was beautiful. And then the ex-wife custom painted the den, because you walked in the house into a big 3-season porch, glassed-in porch. Then you walked into a big entryway. Then you walked into a big, huge den. Then you walked into the living room. Then you walked into the monstrous dining room. Then you walked into this huge-ass kitchen. And in the living room was the staircase going upstairs. And upstairs there was 3 bedrooms and a bath upstairs. There's a big master bedroom, took up a third of the upstairs. It was huge. It was just insanely huge. But I got the side with the yard. And oh shit, I went ape shit nuts there. Beautiful Victorian home built in 1884. And they had pictures of it from 1884. The yard used to have a big carriage house on it where they kept, had a corral in the back where they kept the horses and the carriages. And I thought at first when I looked at the photograph, I said, it sure looks like the same house, but what's that building? You know, what do they call it? The Ashland Historic Society. This old gal there is telling me, oh yeah, that place used to have a big carriage house there, and this and that. And I thought, she's full of shit. Well, I was working in the yard. I was putting in these big ponds for koi fish and the like, you know, and I'm putting these ponds in, and I keep hitting stuff, shuffling, and it's all old, really old red brick. And I thought, what the hell's with all this brick down in the ground? Then I hit a spot. I pulled 18 horseshoes out of the spot I was putting the pond in. It was the carriage house. That's where they shoot all the horses and everything. There's a big pile.
Wow, that's cool.
So it was legit. The house was built in 1884 as a single home, not as a duplex, as a single home. And I just try to imagine that. If you open the walls up between the two living rooms as a condo, that would have been 64 feet long by 28 feet wide. That's how big the living room would have been. It was insane. It was, yeah. I love old houses. I love them. We got another one a few years later that we leased. I had to give that one up. But right now, they're leasing it out. It got bought by somebody new. They decided they weren't going to live here, and they leased the house out. And the damn house now, the house is $2,200 a month, plus you pay all the utilities and you do all the maintenance. But if you got the income, that house is worth it. It's got a big 12-person hot tub in the backyard. Year-round hot tub. That's crazy. Big full basement, 2 full stories, huge house. Big formal living room. The ceiling fan in the living room. I don't know where the hell they bought that thing, but I wouldn't want to pay for one. From blade tip to blade tip, 9.5 feet.
Jeez.
That's how big the ceiling fan was in the living room. And it looks like a standard ceiling fan, and like the one I got in here, just sitting in the middle of the ceiling. That's how big that living room was. I had that monster fan, and if you turn that thing on high, I would love to see someone that's got a parakeet or something let him loose in there, because he gets sucked right up by that fan. There ain't no way a bird could fly through that wind.
Right, Justin. $1,000 a month. Wow.
Yeah, $1,000 a month. See, when I leased that one big house, that was $800 a month, plus the utilities and general maintenance, snow removal, mowing the lawn, kind of shit. And $800 a month, but the power bill, because of the hot tub, mainly because of the hot tub, the power bill was insane. It was running about $400 a month, so it cost you $1,200 just for the house and the utilities, and that was oh shit. That was 2011 that we were in that house. 2011, 12, 13, and 14. Yeah. That house was expensive at that time. Now it's insane, over $2,200 a month. plus you pay all the utilities. And with the price of utilities now, holy shit, they're paying at least $2,600 to $2,700 a month just for their house. It did have a nice full 3-car garage with the power doors and everything. You know, the house had all the bells and whistles, but that house was built in 1896. Still had stained glass windows in it. I mean, the place had the original stained glass windows, the original leaded glass. You can see how the glass, from gravity, leaded glass will actually get thicker at the base than the top, because people don't realize glass. A lot of modern glasses don't do it, but if it's old, blown style glass, it's still a liquid. It's still, gravity will make it thicken at the bases. And that's why they say with a teacup, it's doing the same thing. Don't go ting on its rim, ting, because it might go snap. Oh, I just knocked the chunk off, because the top actually thins out and the base gets heavier. It's weird.
Wow.
Yeah, Justin's saying that a 1-bedroom apartment's about $1,000 a month here. Yeah, my son just rented a place, and he's not complaining. Not complaining. When he originally found out about the place, the deal was $700 a month, and you pay the utilities. It's a little 1-bedroom house with no yard. I mean, literally, the lot is only 3 feet larger all the way around the house.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
He says you can plant flowers. You can plant flowers all the way around your house. You can't grow grass. He says most lawnmowers, it's just one pass around the house and you're done. He said that's definitely. He says I was going to buy a lawnmower, but when I found out how big the property itself was, I realized I just need my weed eater. I just go through with my weed eater for 5 minutes and stuff. I said, you can't beat that. Well, the owners decided, no, we're going to jack the rent up to $800 a month. And he said he acted like that. He was devastated by that, you know. And they said, well, how about we put it in the lease? We'll guarantee that it stays at $800 a month for 2 years. We can't change the rent at all for the next 2 years. My kid says, yeah, I guess I'm okay with that. The landlord wasn't smart. He didn't look around and see what the market values are. You rent an apartment the size of my youngest boy's house now. They want $1,400 a month.
Dang.
$1,400 a month, and you still got to pay utilities. It's like, that's insane. When I was doing property management, they were studio apartments, you know, or it's all one big room with a bathroom and kitchen. And
I had that in Wisconsin on Main Street. I lived in an apartment like that.
Yeah.
Like everything was in one room, one huge room.
Here in Ashland, I had a building here, a big brownstone 3-story building, and 2 floors of it is just apartments. And a pretty good number of those apartments were studio apartments. I even had a group of 6 apartments where 3 apartments, they shared the same bathroom in the hallway right outside their apartment. So you had 3 different tenants using the same bathroom because there's no bathroom in their apartment. Those without a bathroom, you got to go out in the hallway to the common bathroom. Those places, I was renting them out for $100 a month. The studio apartments that did have bathrooms and full kitchen and everything, I was renting those out for $150 a month. I found out last week the studio apartments that I was renting out for $150, they're $650. You want one of those
Okay.
that's $650 a month? What the
Dang.
hell happened? That was back in 2011, 12, and 13. Those 3 years. $150 a month you could get that apartment. I know none of them people that were living in those apartments are there now. There's no way in hell they let them jack it up to $650 and stay there.
Wow.
Uh,
That's crazy. How do people live?
yeah, I don't know. How do people make enough money to
I
get by anymore? I mean, you
don't
got to get
know. Holy cow.
you got to get yourself into some kind of sweet deal compared to everybody else, and just it might not be perfect, but if it meets the needs, keep it. Because don't go out there and try to get something different. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg. And they're getting so damn picky now too with the tenants. I mean, holy shit. They're running criminal background checks on most houses now. You can't get into a house without having a criminal background check done on you. And so they know everything about you by the time they rent to you. They want proof of your income, so you got to give them your last year's taxes. And yeah, it's gotten really, really rough. Really rough. I didn't have shit for trouble with tenants, you know. I was picky about who I put in my units, but I didn't have any trouble with my tenants. Everybody said, "Yeah, you think about back then, though, all the bad tenants." That might have been your problem. Never was mine. I had bad tenants.
You didn't do background checks and stuff?
No, I didn't do none of that shit. I could pretty much so read their character after a good sit down. I had some coming. Oh, I want to rent this apartment so bad, this and that. And I go, I bet you do, but you ain't gonna. I don't want you here. What? What do you mean? I said, your attitude right off. It was just, you're an asshole. I don't want to rent to assholes, so bye. You're gonna. And can't get away with that anymore because I think being an asshole is a protected class. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. If it isn't, it will be.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I identify as an asshole. You bet your ass I do. Yeah, Bradley's talking about his cellar under the house.
I know. Snakes.
Water
Snakes.
heater.
We were talking about snakes earlier, Bradley.
But the snakes. This house, Running Water's house here, to get in the bathroom, it's got a hatch door. You got to lift the hatch door and lean it up against the wall, and then you can go into the basement. And it's not the full size of the house. It's not a full basement. It's just a big blocked-in room with the furnace, hot water heater,
Yeah.
and the breaker box. And he had to go down there because the CO2 monitor down there was beeping when he was home this last night. And we're trying to figure out what the hell's beeping. We're checking all over the house. Figured it out. It's down in the hole. It's in the pit. Gotta go in the basement. Running Water, so proud of himself. Grabs the flashlight, goes in there. I can hear him moving the door. Then I hear him, son of a bitch. Oh, shit. Oh, God damn it. Oh. He comes back up. He's just covered in spider webs.
Ew.
He said the whole room looked like it was smoky because so many spider webs. It looked like there was smoke. And he had to walk through that shit to get to the CO2 monitor. And it was just a dead battery. So just pull it, pop a battery in, put it back. What's he do? He pulls it. It's still sitting in the kitchen. I don't think he wanted to go back with the spiders again. threw out multiple people for not paying rent on time and keeping a messy house. You give a chance and they take advantage of that. Well, that's it. That's it. You know, I'm in the Federal Registry I'm a certified housing director, nationally recognized. I can manage a housing authority up to 5,000 rental units. The biggest I allowed myself to take was a place that had 216 rental units. And when I got done being a housing director, that part of my career, and got done on the financial side of my career, I wanted something to wrap things up with. So I decided to start my own property management company. And I had a lot of properties. I had 110, I believe. But 16 of those were commercial. I had Sears and Roebuck. I had a big sporting goods outfit. I had a big, he was another outdoor outfit, sold guns and bows and everything hunting related. And I had 2 cell phone companies. Plus I had 1 cash on demand store.
Oh yeah.
Goddamn loan sharks.
Yeah.
You know?
Payday loan things.
Yep. Now they were a good rent payer though. I knew they were making good money because they were right on time with their rent all the time. But I had so much trouble with my commercial accounts. I mean, they were always late on their rent. I had J.C. Penney's, big frickin' penny store in town here, right on Main Street, big frickin' penny store. And they would fight me over the rent every single month. Well, now they're required under our lease to provide me with their financial statements every month because I base their rent on their net receipts. So what that is all of their income minus overhead. It's not their true net income, but it's real close to their net income. And that's what their rent was based on. How much revenue are they generating in the store? Uh-huh. That Penny's, that J.C. Penney's pissed me off. They made $1.8 million net in one of the years. And they told me, we're going to shut down the store for lack of profitability. We're not making any money.
Oh, jeez.
I said, you're making almost $2 million a year.
Wow.
And you're not making any money? And this town had become almost dependent on J.C. Penney's. I mean, even when the Walmart went in, J.C. Penney's went on the headline of our local paper. It didn't hurt our bottom line at all. And then they're telling me we're going to pull out. We want out of our lease. I said, well, being that you made $2 million net last year, I'll let you out of your lease, but you need to take a look at this clause in the lease that says if you pull out of the lease early, you owe me 75% of the rent I would have collected for the remainder of your lease. They weren't happy with that shit. Not especially when it came to, I think it was 75. It was just shy of $75,000. You got to pay my company $75,000, or you're paying the rent every fucking month till the end of your lease. So this town don't know it, but they got their J.C. Penney's for 7 months longer than they would have had it with any other property. I wasn't going to let them out of it. So they were forced to keep their store open right to the end of the lease to make the income to pay the payment. And then they had the guts to go tell our local news, even on TV, that it wasn't just income, it was the maintenance of the building. I went ballistic. My turn. Put me in front of the camera.
Wow.
The news loved it because I told them, I said, now let's talk about the facts. I said, and I showed them the receipts, the photographs of all of the work we did before and after. I told them we made $190,000 in a year in rent. And these are the things in that year that we did. Oh, it came to $237,000, the work we did on that building that wasn't normal maintenance. We put a whole new roof on that building. We put a whole brand new air conditioning system in that whole building. We put upgraded security doors throughout the building. We paid for all of that, not them. They paid less rent than I put into that building. And they said it's because for lack of maintenance. I said, now, I hope if they're watching, they're embarrassed because they need to be. You can't just come out and lie like that. That's bullshit.
Yep.
And yeah, they shut the store down, and everybody here in Ashland says, God, I loved Penny's, but I won't even go in. I won't go in one anywhere else in the country either. Not the way they treated our town. Just pack up and leave. So I just like, well, and
Wow.
we ended up leasing the building out for a lot less money per month to a furniture dealer, and he's thrilled. He's still paying good rent. It covers the cost of the building, and he's good with it. And everybody in town's happy with it because they wanted that furniture dealer here. So he's one of those kind of middle of the road, lower priced furniture.
Yeah, like a rent own type thing, courtesy.
I don't know if they do that actually. I don't know if they do that. That's now you got to be curious whether they do that or not. We got a guy here in town. Now you got to keep in mind, we're in northern Wisconsin. It's only been in the last, I'd say 10, 15 years that the only people of color that you have here are Native Americans. But they've been here forever, so we don't even notice that they're Native American. So to have people of other colors move in, it's like, oh my gosh. I'll never forget when the Chinese family showed up and opened the new China restaurant. Now that's been there for almost 30 years. It shocked us. We got Chinese people in Ashland. They actually became like a curiosity, and everybody praised them, and because they were so different. And it's like, oh my God, I don't have to go to China now. They come to me, And in the last 10, 15 years, now we've been seeing people, blacks, showing up and living in Ashland. And we're going, hey, look, there's a black family. They must be on vacation. If I thought, no, they just live down the block from you. They live here. Oh, wow. Well, that's kind of cool. The people up here, that's where the whole race, when somebody tries to play the race card up here in Ashland, everybody looks at each other like, where in the hell is that coming from? Because we just don't have no problem with people of any color up here. Nobody here gives a shit about that, Oh yeah, I know that guy. He's a cool guy. Oh yeah, but he's a black guy married to a white woman. How's that your problem? That's the frame of mind up here. how's that your problem? You know, that
Yeah,
ain't
yeah.
your problem. It might be his problem. It might be her problem. We don't know, but it shouldn't be your problem. Well, so we have quite a few. The black population is growing here in Ashland, which I'm kind of surprised because not a lot here, you know. But we have one guy, and the whole town. I'm not kidding you. I could go down to Main Street right now and yell out, "Has anybody seen Black Jesse?" If you just yell out Jesse, everybody'd look at you funny. But if you yell out, "Has anybody seen Black Jesse?" I'm not kidding you. There's going to be at least 1 to 5 people that are going to point down the street. He's right down there. I seen him down there. He's become a figure in our community. A big black fella, big burly black fella. He comes into town and he opens a used appliance store. He spent 6 months buying up all of the used washers, dryers, stoves, refrigerators, freezers that he could find and repaired all of them. Got them all running like $1 million, put them all in his store, open business. He's one of our busiest businesses in town. You can go to him and still you can get a used stove that looks like it just came out of the box.
She said, Chris.
15 years ago. And Chris, all I know is that you're my problem. Hey, shut up, boy. Tuesday, I'm dragging your screen house out of the trailer, bud. You know, don't do this. I might not pull it out, you know. But it's coming out on Tuesday. There's something new for all you guys. Sty's selling his great Predator generator. And I found out I was going to ask $500 for it. And I looked at generators yesterday for about an hour and a half. To get anything close to what I've got, you're going to spend $1,200 on it. Why should I sell it for $500? I'm going to get $700 for it. Damn right. Things like new. But I'm selling my kayak and the gear that goes with it too. I was hoping to get on it this year, but the neuropathy is so bad. I can't get in the damn water unless it's got to be 75 or higher degrees for me to get in the water. And the neuropathy can get so bad that then I can't walk, I can't move, you know. So So I'm going to have to get rid of the kayak, and I was pricing kayaks at the store, and yeah, with all the gear that goes with it, I should be able to get 2.5 for it. But I went to Walmart like 3 weeks ago, and I bet you they had 40 freaking kayaks in the store on these big tall racks.
Yeah.
The whole damn aisle. It was like 6 of those big racks with kayaks. I was in there yesterday. 1 rack, 3 kayaks. That's all that's there in the whole store. They sold them all.
Wow.
I went to the L&M store, and there's kayaks galore out front of the store. And I asked this gal at basically their service counter there. I asked her, I said, "Why do you guys got so many kayaks, but Walmart's only got 3 left?" She goes, "Because we restock them constantly." And she laughed and she said, "You know, it's funny you asked because we looked at it last week. Everybody in management was shocked. Tuesday of last week," she said, this last Tuesday, she said, "We sold 17 kayaks that day, one day." She said, "Everybody wants a damn kayak for some reason this year." She said, "Good time for me to sell my kayak."
Yeah. We gave one away at the casino.
Oh, did yeah.
And a boat. Yeah, 15-foot boat too.
Oh.
Last month.
I put in I put in a chance to win a Chevy, heavy duty Chevy. I can't remember what it was, pickup truck, and a Ford F-250 pickup truck. You could win them both together. And you had to enter, and I kept entering and entering. You could enter as many times as you want. I was entering to beat hell. And I had this guy I was talking to the other day, and he goes, he's looking at the road. He goes, obviously you didn't win your 2 trucks. I said, well, why is that so obvious? He goes, well, they're not parked out here. I said, you think I'm bringing them trucks home? I said, I'll have them sold before I leave the place. I said, I'm selling both of them. I just need to get my truck back running. I want that cash. He goes, oh, Jesus. He says, the mind frame of a dying person is driving me nuts, he said. I said, oh, yeah, you look at things totally different. If somebody says, hey, the end of the road's right there, down there. Oh, you start looking at it real different.
Yeah.
I don't need that. So I can sell that and have cash. And guess what I can do with cash? What I want to do. Yeah. You can't be going through life that way, or you'll never have it. But boy, if you know it's coming to an end, you better enjoy it. Don't fucking feel sorry for yourself. Like, they want me to talk at this group of, it's all people that have been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And they want me to talk to this group about having positive outlooks, even though you've been told you ain't going to be here long. I told them, I said, you don't want me there. Because I'll tell every one of them, quit feeling sorry for yourself, get off your lazy fucking ass and go out and have fun, do something that you want.
Yeah, go do something.
And don't whine about it. Are you going to whine right up to your last breath or what? What the hell's the matter with you? I ain't up to that shit. I want to have fun. I want to enjoy myself. Goddamn right. That's why this week, feeling all this energy, I am. I got nothing to be sad about, man. I feel like $1,000,000. I can't wait until I can walk out there, pick my cherry tomatoes, and eat them as a snack while I'm hanging out in my yard. They're trying to arrange that. They were going to get me a couple of teenagers to show up here yesterday to help me in the yard. I told them I don't want nobody helping me in that yard till I get the whole yard mowed. Once it's mowed, then I can use their help. And have fun until the plane goes down. Yeah, you're right. I actually heard that on an airplane. I was flying to Washington, D.C., and we're coming into Washington. And if you're at Washington National, when you fly in there, the way the planes come in from the west, you come in and you see the airport and you fly past it, and that plane banks like a son of a bitch and turns and lands on that runway. They all go past that airport and make this super night. Well, actually, it's a 360-degree turn. They turn right around, head back the way they're coming, and land in that airport. And that old plane just leans like a son of a bitch when it's covered up. Before we get into D.C., you could see out there the flashes and the dark clouds. It's mid-afternoon. It's getting darker and dark. Now it looks like it's midnight and nothing but bolts of lightning everywhere. And then the plane starts hammering and bouncing. And
Scary.
And here's this guy. I mean, I feel for the guy because he's one of those guys you look at him and you go, he's a dork. Look at him. He's just, I don't think he's ever had a girlfriend. Look at him. He's such a dork. And he's sitting in an aisle seat right across from him. There's this really good-looking middle-aged lady sitting there. And She turned and says to him, they're only 2 rows ahead of me. She turns and looks right at him and says, what do we do if this plane goes down? He goes, I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to be suck facing you all the way till we hit the ground. Oh, shit. A bad flight brings honesty out in the room, doesn't it? I'm going to suck face you all the way till I was laughing so damn hard. I thought, oh, yeah. I knew it. That boy's never had a girlfriend. Yeah. But he's going to have one for about 45 seconds is what it's trying. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joey! There, Joey. Great to see you. I've had 3 people now trying to help me set up a GoFundMe. My medical costs are starting to get wild again. And they keep telling me, you need to do a GoFundMe. If you get a grand, wow, it's a grand. They said if you get 10 grand, well, then you don't have to worry so damn much. And blah, blah, blah. And I'm going, I'm not good at that shit. I'm not good at asking for shit, And these 3 keep coaching me on what I should say, because you got to do a bio, about yourself and stuff, and why you need the money. And I told them, I said, why don't you 3 just get together and write it for me? Because I can't say anything that you're saying. I can't even put that down and write. I can't. It sounds, and I looked at other GoFundMes. I said, it sounds like every one of those, you're begging for money. I mean, what if there wasn't such a thing as GoFundMe? Well, then you wouldn't have anywhere to beg for it, right? And
that's right.
Guess what? The end result's still going to be the same. So I said, if it's going to be complicated and I can't put it into words, it's becoming more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. I don't get GoFundMe at all. I'm getting all these people warning me that with my Social Security, I can only make up to $14,000 a year. Otherwise, for every $2 I make, Social Security takes $1 away from me. So, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, how does Social Security figure that at the end of the fucking year? And if they say, oh, but we got to cut your Social Security because you should have paid this, or you should have been paid this much, not this much. What are they going to do? Reduce my checks then for the following year? So all of that shit trying to figure. And then, anything you make off of a GoFundMe is taxable. So I have to pay taxes on it. So what if I got 10 grand?
I've never looked into GoFundMe before. I don't know.
Me either. Now looking into it, I'm going, Jesus Christ! All the rules, all the things you need to do, don't do, and all that shit. It's like, well, if I was going to do a GoFundMe at 66 years old, I would have started planning when I was 36. I just don't get it, how it works, and it's struggling with that shit. It's just a pain in the neck. It's like I was saying, the good news that I had this week with my student loan has been retired. Awesome. I didn't do that. This gal that works with the cancer center, she's, what do they call her? A resources manager or some shit. And
so she
asked me questions, and next thing I know, I get a phone call in a week or two saying, oh, I got that for you. What? She did that when I had to go for my surgery down in Rochester, Minnesota. She said, I couldn't get your room paid for. She said, but I got you a special discount for your room. She said, but she says, you got to travel all the way down there, all the way back. She said, that's a lot of fuel. She said, so I got an organization that's going to give you, what the hell was it they gave me? $250 in fuel cards. I said, it's only going to cost about $100, maybe $85 in fuel to go down there and back. She goes, yeah, but you got gas for other doctor's appointments and things then. You got extra. She said, so you're spending your gas money on the hotel room. Now you still get to keep the gas money. Never asked for it. She whipped it out of her ass somehow. I don't know how she did. And it's just like these people now going to buy my walker for me. They're going to buy a $200 walker for $500, and I get to keep the extra $300 and do whatever makes me happy. Who the hell are these people, and how the hell did that girl find them? I don't know. And I told her, I said, I never asked for that. I said, you and I got on the phone with Social Security, with Medicare, to find out what Medicare could do. And when we found out, yeah, they'll buy me a $45 little aluminum walker that if I lean on it, I'll break it, you know. And I said, what did I tell you? I'll save up one towards the end of summer. And she goes, yeah, but I think you need it now. So I found a way to get you one. So who are these people? I don't get it. Because most of these people that are doing things for me, I don't know who the hell they are. They just pop out of the woodwork and say, hi, so-and-so referred me to you. Well, I don't even know so-and-so. Who the hell is that? Well, they're connected with so-and-so. Oh, well, I've heard that name before, but I never met with them. Oh, but they work with so-and-so. Oh, well, now her I've talked to quite a bit. You know, I mean, some of these people that are reaching out to me and say, hey, we'll help you out with this. They're five steps away from the person I even mentioned it to. So it's, who the hell are these people? I don't know. And then they tell me I should go down to the food shelf down here. I said, are you freaking crazy? I said, first of all, I've seen these old farts go down there and get food from there. They give them like 4 frickin' boxes full of goddamn canned goods and shit, and all kinds of shit you'll never eat. I said, if they let me go there and let me pick off their shelves things that I know I'll eat in a month, then I'd be willing to do it. Well, they don't do that. They prep the box for you. And I said, then I'm not interested at all. And so I get a goddamn phone call from that food shelf that says, we're willing to work with you. If you want to come in, we'll make sure you got plenty of time and you can just select those things you feel that you could eat and then come back when you need more. I go, well, what? Why are you doing that? Well, we had someone contact us and say that you won't use the food shelf if someone else is selecting the food because of your
yeah.
You know? And they said, so we'll accommodate for that. All right. Who are these people talking about me out there? What, you know, over half of them people, it's none of their damn business in the first place. No, we can help you out. That was with these kids that were going to work in the yard. This guy that visits me on a weekly basis, he set that shit up. And he goes, I can have them two teenagers here. It's a boy and a girl. They'll be here within the next half hour. I said, no, you won't. Those kids can enjoy their fucking Saturday afternoon. And he goes, no, 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 no. They can come and they can help you with the yard. I said, I'm not ready for them. He goes, but you said you're going to be working in the yard. I said, I'm telling you, I'm not ready for them. He goes, in what way? I said, I got no hot dogs. I got no marshmallows. I got no soda in the house. I said, I got to make sure I can give them some lunch and we can roast hot dogs and shit over the fire pit. He goes, no, you're not supposed to give them nothing. They're supposed to come and help you. I said, fuck that shit. That ain't happening. I said, if those kids ain't going to have pop and snacks while they're here, I don't want them working for me. They ain't normal kids if they don't want that shit. He's just shaking his head. He says, you're not supposed to be doing anything for anybody else. You're supposed to let us do shit for you. I said, right there, you're not helping me at all. I said, because if I can help somebody else, I'm going to, whether you fucking like it or not. I don't need this. You're going to do what we tell you to. No, that ain't good. That ain't flying with Sty. Ain't happening. I make my own damn decisions. I used to make a pretty good income off of YouTube, and that's pretty well gone away. I see a YouTube deposit every 2 months now. And everybody goes, well, what's going on? What happened to all that support? I said, I don't do any content anymore. I'm not posting content. I only do one live stream a week. Later in the summer, that will change. So, and I watch the revenue change with it's what you're putting up, how active are you, and things like that. I said, so it runs in peaks and valleys. I said, it's just a downswing on the channel. It'll come back up when the content starts going on. And I said, but I tell people all the time, unless you already got a big old pot of cash, don't think you're going to make money off of YouTube. You're going to get a little bit of money to play with, but you ain't going to make money. You're going to make a living off of YouTube, not unless you're willing to invest $250,000,
Yeah.
You got to invest a lot of money into and then you got to work it. And it's like any new business, you're working at 6 or 7 days a week.
Get out there and do everything. Gotta get out there and do stuff. People want to watch.
You gotta come home and do all the editing, all of all the work that goes into it. I look back at my channel, and I laugh because there's times where I go, I spent a month and a half where I didn't do shit but YouTube. I got to be in the outdoors to make content, but that was it. After that, I'm stuck in the studio doing editing for hours and hours. So, look at there, Cassie Peters.
Cassie,
you are so welcome over here at the Sty Shack.
Cassie. She's a good friend.
Yeah. Oh, you got a great community too. I'm a lurker girl.
Wolf got in touch with me today. Said he'll be back tomorrow. He had a open heart surgery. So he's last week. Now he's
I heard
apparently
that.
He's going home soon. But he said he'd be back tomorrow.
When they did my open heart surgery, the minute I could, I can remember sitting in the backyard at my kid's house. I'm still here, hey guys. Letting everybody.
He said he'd be back in chat tomorrow on my stream, my Monday night. I don't know if he's actually home. But yeah, right after surgery, he had somebody message me and let me know that he was okay and he came out of surgery and everything. Wolf made me message you. Yeah.
She's got some lemon crisp Kit Kats for him.
Ooh. No. I still have candy bar. It's been sitting here for like 2 weeks now.
That is awesome, though. Spoil him, Cassie.
He disappeared for, gosh, a week and a half, and everybody was worried about him because he was always in my chats, always. Suddenly, he just wasn't there anymore. It's like, whoa.
That's me. Is I've got usual that I'll see in my chat. They don't come up on panel. They just hang out in the chat, but they're always there.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't see them for a couple of streams, that means it's been a week and a half. Then I go and I see what they're doing on Facebook or Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Try to find them, see if they're still being active, that they're okay, And a lot of times I'll find out, yeah, they're fine. And it just didn't show up in chat in the live streams because of other obligations, family obligations, which I'm cool with. I'm cool with that.
It is family friendly.
It tries to be as family friendly as possible. I have it listed as adults because if you list your channel as for children, it ends up,
people can't comment or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it muddies the water so bad that
we might get into adult conversation once in a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not like the other channels we are at.
Yeah, and she asked if I was monetized, and she goes, "Wait, I seen an ad when I came in." Yeah, I am monetized. I don't make much. I mean, I was just telling Grammy.
Oh yes, Cassie says she's a panel. Oh, panel whore.
But I'm a panelist.
Yes, we can say that. Oh my gosh! Oh.
I get some weird intro ads when people log on to watch this. The weirdest one is this one with the Sty.
The Sty, I know. I remember that one.
Oh, I hated that. I fought with YouTube for the longest time and just finally gave up. Because I told them you're actually discriminating against my channel because in that ad it says, "Let us show you how to get rid of Stys permanently." That ad is saying, "Don't watch this video. We'll show you how to get rid of him. You don't need him. We'll get rid of him." And I was so mad, and I kept messaging YouTube.
The Sty ad is what I got. Get rid of Stys.
Oh yeah, the Sty ad is what she got. See, yeah. But she was slightly confused. Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of people were. They'll come up in the chat. Back when they first started doing that, I'd pull somebody up on the panel and they go, "I had to watch this ad about getting rid of you." No. And when it first started, that was a couple of years ago. Marine Mom got that ad too. Oh yeah, they like to push it. Now if you Google Sty North, all you're gonna get are Stys in your eye and me. All you're gonna get. There's only one Sty North in the whole world. Nobody by that name anywhere else in the world. And oh boy, we did an in-depth search on that. No, there's nobody by that name anywhere in the world. but there's nobody else that pops up with styes in their eyes. How does Sty North trigger getting rid of styes in your eyes? I mean, I don't know.
It's just the word sty.
And the different ways they spell styes in your eyes, and it's like, all right. And I told YouTube, I sent them an awesome letter, just asking them politely to ban that ad from my channel. They can advertise anything that else they want. I don't care what it is. Advertise anything else you want, but don't run that ad on my channel.
And they still do. They still do.
Well, their response to it was they don't pick the ads, that YouTube doesn't pick the ads, that their ads, the way they're generated, it's through Google. It's not through actual YouTube. And Google, these stupid ad companies can actually bid on what types of videos they want to be posted to. And they have the power to say, if there's anything in their channel name or their description that mentions this word, we want our ad on. So that means that ad company told them that. Told them, if you see anything that says the word Sty and it's monetized, we want our ad on it.
Huh.
But I ain't got nothing to do with nobody's eyeballs. Yeah. I could, well, actually, I guess, I can say I'm a Sty in somebody's eyes, Somebody goes, oh, God, it hurts to look at him, Yeah, so you got a Sty in your eye. You know how you can change that? Don't look at the screen.
Yeah.
We're talking with running water on the phone.
Where's he traveling now? Where's he traveling? Where's he at?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't even know where he's at. He didn't. He didn't get the chance to fill me in as to where he's delivering. He was. Oh gosh, I don't. Rensselaer, I think, is where he was at, but I'm not sure where he's headed. He's not. Oh, yes, I know where he's headed. Some little stinking town in Minnesota. And then when he gets there and drops that load, he's coming home. He'll be home tomorrow evening, or Tuesday morning. He'll be home because Bean, his mascot, has been in the puppy hotel, puppy stall, for the last 2 weeks. So he's got to come home, pick Bean up, and then from here he'll head out the next morning to pick up another load. Yeah.
Good talking about me again. Doctor. I've never banned you, Cassie. Banning each other is just a running joke on another channel.
Is it?
Yeah. Banning each other all the time. Pretty much we're all moderators.
That's it. When you make moderators out of everybody, then they start
pretty much. It depends. Most people.
Yeah. They start clowning around with each other.
Oh, doctor.
I found out the hard way with moderators when I started the channel, started the monetization. Then I wanted mods, right?
I'll be 88 next year.
So who do I make as my first mod? Running Water.
Uh-huh.
He's my boy. He's always there, you know? Okay.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I remember that. Is that with Ben?
So,
Yeah.
yes, Cam 7 with Ben. Ben shows up at my live stream. I'm just newly monetized, and he's so happy for me. He pops me a $20 super chat. Running Water puts him on a timeout. And I'm yelling, no, you don't put people that help the channel on timeouts. Don't do that. No. And Running Water goes, I don't know what happened. I must have pushed the wrong button or something. So Running Water, he gives me $20 because he felt so bad that he did it. Cab does me another $20 telling Running Water he understands. Don't worry about it, Running Water. Between those two feeling sorry for themselves back and forth, I made $80. Oh, Samantha got to run.
She's so sweet.
Hey, see you, sweetheart. Thanks for being here, girl. Thanks. Yeah. I like those. I always look how many people hung out each Sunday, you know, and how many watched after the fact. I am really surprised because I get about, I'll get sometimes 30 or 40 watches after the stream within just a couple hours. They watch later in the evening. And
yeah. If I miss it, I usually replay it. So.
And I'm glad.
A lot of times I'll just come home and go to bed, but I try to be here. Try to be live. But I didn't work last night, so I'm up today.
It's scrapping together. I don't look right without a beard. You ain't shit. No shit. You know, tell me about it, man. I sported a beard for years. You know, you remember me scrapping like this. Yeah.
Yep.
You remember those? Yeah. Look at that shit. Now look at this shit. Yeah. Now I know half of it is just to soften the blow, you know. But I work with so many people on this whole cancer bullshit that I've got to have at least 25 people that I'm working with every week. And every one of them has gotten, we really personally know each other, you know. I go into that cancer center, and at least a minimum of 6 times I had one of the gals say, "Oh, Sty, your beard's gone." oh, but you look so much better. You look 10 years younger. I got so pissed the last time any of them said that. I got all their attention at that cancer center. I was standing at there's like a big central station where they work out of it. And I stood right there and, hey, everybody, all you gals, hey, all of you, pay attention. I said, I'm going to kick the next person right square in the ass that says I look 10 years younger. And I want you all to understand that. I said, you don't tell somebody that's going to be dead in a year or two that they look 10 years younger. It'd be different if I was 60 years old and I had a total clean bill of health and you say, God, you only look like you're 50. That'd make me feel pretty damn good. But when you're in your 60s and they're telling you you're going to die, but you look 10 years younger. What the farts is that shit? Don't try to compliment me when you know that. I mean, that's like saying, oh, here, telling some little kid, oh, here, you can have this brand new bike for 2 days. Fuck you. I'll just keep my old bike. 2 days. Why? Because you're going to die. You know, what? You'll look 10 years younger. What the hell? I didn't want to hear that shit. the the yeah, Dr. Smith. Yeah, you goofy. You look cool either way, sir. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to look really cool if I make it all the way through the next winter. You would see me wearing one of them goddamn knitted up fucking rob your bank fucking hoodie, masks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need something to keep your face warm.
damn.
Wisconsin winters.
Oh shit. That beard is coming so handy over the years. Saved my ass on many a cold, cold night. I was just looking quick if I had that one. No, I don't have that one. I was going to show you that clip from when I was out at the lean-to when it was 20 below zero. And I looked comfy as can be. That's because I had a big bushy beard, Yeah. You were warm from the
I'll
center.
never forget those Wisconsin winters, man. They were freaking cold.
They were cold. Yeah.
But then what can I say? I live in the mountains now. It's not a whole lot different.
Yeah, right. No kidding. Cassie, I have a feeling you'll be around longer than they gave you. Hey, your attitude shows me so. Well, here's one for you, Cassie, that some people think I'm nuts. For my hospice, I got the best hospice team in the world. I ain't supposed to be dead for another year and a half, but we're working out my hospice and everything way beforehand. Our living room, because I live with my oldest son, our living room, the only piece of furniture, actual furniture, is the couch. We don't have any chairs or anything. We just got the couch with 2 recliners in it. Well, that couch is going against one wall. It sits it's like a buffer between the living room and an office that's off the living room. Initially, they were going to clean out that whole office and take some of my things from my bedroom that are heirlooms and move them down here and move everything from that office up into my bedroom and put me in there for my hospice. Well, my palliative nurse, she goes, no fucking way. They ain't putting him in there. It's got one small window. She goes, he's an outdoorsman. He can. I don't give a shit if he's bedridden or not. You cannot isolate him in something so clinical like that.
Oh, he's got tattoos, Cassie.
Oh, what's that? Just picture that camel shirt is indistinct tattoos. That's what I see. He doesn't look tough. Hey,
he does look tough. He does look tough.
I can't take my shirt off to show off my tats anymore because I'm so scarred up from all the surgery I've been through with this cancer thing and the open heart surgery, all that happy horse shit. But I can show some of my tattoos off. This is the beginning of a big grizzly bear I got on this right arm. This is the beginning of it. That's the way it looked. That was my first sitting.
Damn, that's a cool one.
And underneath that bear, there's a banner with a big heart and my ex-wife's name. She's under that bear. I don't have to see that anymore. And this is the end product of that bear. There you go.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's after he pounded all the color into it. I love that piece. And that one won me many trophies. I won many trophies at many competitions on that one. Now this one is another one I love is whitetail buck.
Beautiful, yes.
That's on the inside. That's on the inside of my left bicep up here. And that would be the second sitting I had on that one. Because this artist does everything freehand. There's no stencils or anything. He does it all freehand. And how he managed to do the horns and get them right freehanded, I don't know. How he did. But this is the finished product.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I like it with the birch tree and the yellow leaves. And yeah, he did a good job. I wish I could show the rest of that arm because behind that deer, there's a tr- rainbow trout jumping out trying to grab a mayfly, and the little mayfly. There's a couple little mayflies, and then off to the side of that, between the birch tree on that tattoo there, in front of the buck, you wrap around looking at that. There's a grouse standing on a log, and then it goes into a big pool of water with a waterfall with that big old trout jumping out. Now this is on my chest. Now somebody's going to say, "Oh, we got to flag that channel." That well,
No.
no. Today I identify as a man, so you're looking at a bear man's chest. Okay, now they won't ban me. Right there we go. My three. That's three of my 15 grandchildren.
Aw. Allie, Salem,
And Kevin.
Kevin. Cool.
With T.
Wow.
Um, had those done, and my kids kept popping out kids. I decided I don't have enough canvas. So
For
I gave
15.
up on that project. And then here's my pride and joy because this one won me an international trophy. It was judged by 9 international judges from all around the world, and I won first place for the best black and gray photo. That's my parents.
Eddie and Dawn.
That was
That's
their
cool.
wedding. It was their wedding photo in 1947. I'm looking quick. I don't have it on this. Oh shucks! But I wish I did. But I could show you the actual photo, and you'd say, how did they reproduce that? How did he manage to reproduce that photo? Because it looks exactly the way their wedding.
Did they do that one freehand too? They did that freehand,
was
right?
all freehand. And this is what's freaky about this one is that was done. We had over 20,000 people at that convention. That was done live at a convention at our tattoo booth with me facing. There was a big center area, walkthrough area. I was facing that at about a 45-degree angle. And while the artist was freehanding that on my back, they estimated 20,000 people walked through and got to watch it being done.
Wow.
So this old boy stood in front. Well, I sat on my ass, drank beer through those massage tables.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep. Face was stuck in that. And I'll tell you what, it's not something I do very often in a lifetime. I would drink a beer out of a straw. And they had this pedestal ashtray without a handle on the top. They cleaned the ashtray out and they could set it in front of me underneath that massage table, and they could bring me a big 24-ounce beer with a straw in it, set it on that, and I could sit there and drink beer while he's tattooing my back. And yeah, so but that one on my back, that one was a bitch. Mm-hmm. The first day he started at 8:30 in the morning. There's already 2,000-3,000 people in the house at that time. He started at 8:30 in the morning, and he worked on that ink until midnight.
Wow.
So 13 and a half hours.
Jeez.
Sit there all day. And I mean, there were no breaks except get up, run, and go use the restroom, get right back in that chair, and he's right back there with the pen. Eating, he sat there and ate his sandwich while he's eating. Oh, geez. it was insane. At midnight, I was so wore out. The pain was getting to that point where it's just like I'm done, man. I'm done. And he agreed. He said, I'll mess up if I go any longer, so I'm going to stop. He says, but we got to be right back in the chair by 10 o'clock in the morning. And I said, how many hours? He goes, oh, God. He says, another 6. So sure enough, the next day, another 6 hours of him finishing it. And the competition was the very next day. I went to bed that night before the competition, and I was well oiled up. Didn't matter. I woke up in the morning. I went to sit up. I laid on my back all night because the sheet felt so cool. Bad thing. Should have slept on my stomach. I go to get up, and the sheet healed to my back.
Oh.
It healed to my back. It wouldn't come up.
Oh my God.
So I had to go get in the shower. And it took 45 minutes for that sheet to finally, for everything to dissolve. The sheet would come down off my back.
Oh my God.
My ex-wife managed to pat and got rid of any signs of blood or anything. And she said, it's good. I said, I'm glad because competition's this afternoon. So I had to walk around the competition the rest of that day. Then I got to go check out everything myself. I had one day, well, half a day. And I went roaming around. Can't wear a shirt at all right up until competition. Got to get that to dry up. Got to get it to dry. And when I got up there for the competition, I couldn't believe it. There was only 2 people out of 9 that could speak English.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, I already lost just because of the language gap.
Jeez.
And I gave them the old original photo, and they had me come up. There was a couple times they actually told me, the one gal reached out, grabbed me by my belt loops. She says, sit down. They had me sitting on their judging table, and 2 of the judges, because they wanted to look so close at the work. And so I'm sitting on that table, and there's 2,800 people in that room while we're being judged. 2,800 people staring at you up on a stage. It was just son of a bitch. They got done judging. I hadn't been declared the winner yet. A gal comes up to me and she says, I'm with Inc. magazine. And she says that we want to do a photo shot with you. I'll say, what? And she says, yeah, we need to do a photo shot with you. Here comes this guy walking over. He goes, not till he's done with us. And I go, well, who the hell are you? And he goes, I'm with Tattoo Magazine. I'm going, what are you? He goes, well, we're going to do a photo shot with you. So both magazines, I got full photo shots of all of my ink done in the Ink and Tattoo magazines. Then I made it back out to the auditorium in time for them to announce the winners. And when they announced me, shit, I'm up there on the stage, and it's a big ass, huge mahogany plaque with bronze panel on it, and in the center, a huge, awesome, huge, at least 14-inch wide, spread-winged eagle on it.
Ooh.
It's got my name and what the competition was, international.
Wow, that's cool.
And one of
That's cool.
the organizers came up to me and she said, "You don't know how lucky we were." She said, "Because we had no trophy for this competition. We wanted whoever won it, the trophy to kind of match where they're from in their culture." And she said, "So we didn't even have a trophy for this." She said, "We had to scramble to get a trophy for that." She said, "That's tough to do on a weekend. Get somebody willing to put a trophy together for you." And boy, yeah, that thing was awesome. It weighs about 20 pounds. It's big. It's huge. All my trophies all stayed with the tattoo parlor. I won them. I handed them right over to the artist. And I always
Yeah.
remember call him up on stage and I give that
Yeah.
trophy or that plaque to the artist. And people were like, "No, you won that." No, I'm the middleman. I'm
The
just
artist, yeah.
I'm the canvas. He's the artist. He won that trophy. I just carried it in. His work, I carried it in so you could see it. And a lot of the artists out there really loved that I would do that. But a lot of the collectors, that's what we call ourselves. We're collectors. We collect art, and a lot of the collectors hated me for it because, oh no, they're hanging on to that trophy. They ain't giving it up. I told them it's a personal choice, so don't make it personal. Hey, Chatty-O, it's been a while, man. Hey, it's great to see you, Chatty-O. The
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. Yeah.
Now, it's not taboo, tattoo.
It was.
Not taboo, tattoo. Yeah, yeah. Tattoo magazine. I don't even know if they're publishing anymore. They should be, because they did. Tattoo did all the American circuit and all the big European shows. I used to love my tattoo conventions, man. Some wild things go on at tattoo collections. I'm telling you, the conventions. Yeah, people get crazy. Huh? Um,
Yes.
yeah, inked. Yeah, uh, inked
It's still
magazine,
around.
tattoo magazine.
They want to get you tatted up there, Justin.
Oh, Justin, yeah, yeah. They want you to go through that and say, "Oh, I can't live without one of those." I found out. I tell you, it's one of those times. I didn't think I'll ever laugh any harder. Um, I got to listen to this poor guy that he was in his 30s. I got to listen to him scream for about an hour, and I never heard screeching like that come out of a guy before. His own fault. His own fault. He wanted a rose tattooed on the end of his. When he finally recovered after getting that tiny little tattoo put on, he said, I thought that would have been a good joke to ask a gal, "Do you like roses?" And if she said, "Yeah," and then tell her, "Would you like to smell this one?" He said, "I don't think that thing is ever leaving my underwear ever again." He said, "It's dangerous out there in this world." I was laughing so hard. I told him, I said, "You're the dummy that's stuck in the bear trap. And I don't want to hear your screaming and whining anymore, you big baby. Should not have done that, you dummy."
Oh my
Um,
god.
but that, yeah, I seen this one guy, and it's true. It's true. Here's suggestions to guys and gals. Never have a smiley face done on your stomach. You know, a big yellow smiley face? Because by the time you're 60, it's frowning. It's true. I've seen it. I've seen a 62-year-old woman, and she lifted her shirt up, and there's a big old yellow frowning face. She said it used to smile 20 years ago. I said, oh my gosh, never thought of that. Never thought of that. Cassie with the nice rose and then the wilted rose. I love it, girl. I love it. Yeah. I took all of the healthy rose out of the picture by the time he was done. I think he spent the rest of his life with that limp rose. Gravity is real. Yeah, Justin. That was my biggest fear. As you notice, I don't have too bad of a turkey neck. If I grab, I can get some next. I don't have too bad of a turkey. I was scared to death cutting my beard off. I thought, shit, I'll look like an old gobbler. They're going to have me for Thanksgiving. You know? But I was lucky. Yeah, my neck stayed pretty firm over the years. But it's long since I've seen my neck, you know. I was scared. Once that off, I know you got a big old gobbler, you know. Yeah. Look at that guy with the big old gobble neck. But oh well, what, you know. And that's the thing is, all that stuff is done to you by Mother Nature. So I must have treated her fair that she didn't give me the old gobble neck. But there are other places where she said, no. Let that go, let that sag. You know, what the hell? You don't need a butt anymore. So let's get rid of it. Well, don't get rid of all the padding and leave the suitcase empty, you know. It's like carrying 2 empty backpacks. Don't take a man's ass away from him unless you're going to take the bag they came in, you know. Yeah. I cannot explain why Mother Nature does what she does to us. But I like the fact that I'm at that stage of the game. I don't care. I don't care. Heck, I told my one nurse, I told her, I said, Jesus. I said, I'm not going to ask you your age. So I'm going to be very general in this statement. If I know for a fact that if I could turn the clock back so that you don't change, you're just what you are right now. Turn my clock back to your age. If you're married, you're going to get divorced. If you're single, you're going to have yourself a boyfriend. And you're going to end up married. She looked at me. She goes, are you hustling me? I said, only if we can turn the clock back. I said, if I could turn the clock back and put myself in your age bracket, there would be a guy out there that stand a chance getting you. I'd be hot after you. She's on that cancer center like she's the queen. Sty said there would be a guy that would have a chance if he was my age.
Aww.
And she goes, you're such a joker. And one of the other girls goes, he's not joking. He's serious. He doesn't make shit up anymore. He just says, damn right. damn right. I'm careful sometimes, because I know I can get away with saying some of the things I think, Some things. The thing is now I'm at that stage where I ask myself, is it worth the the reaction I'm going to get? Is it worth saying something that's going to make me miserable because somebody's going to be pissed? If it's worth it, then I'll say it, because as long as the person ain't going to shoot at me or something, I'll say it. They might not like me the rest of my life, but if you don't want the truth, I'm not the guy to come and hang out with, and that's why I love my audience. That's why I tell people that all the time. I just love my audience because every one of you're so
Your
awesome.
feelings hurt easily.
What's that?
You can't get your feelings hurt easily.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only people that could hurt my feelings, where they actually hurt my feelings, are some of my closest, bestest friends in this world and my family. They're the only people that can hurt my feelings. But I've learned already. I had to with my youngest son. I mean,
Oh, yes, I remember.
it was not a good situation. It was bad. And I told him, you're done. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to you. Nothing. No contact. You're done. I went out for lunch with him yesterday. We spent 5 hours together, and it went like $1 million. And I'm glad because he realized I drew the line. I said, I can call it done. And I told him, I said, yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
We can do this. But what happened in the past can never happen again. Because that happens one more time, you won't even be able to ask me anymore. I'll change my fucking phone number. I'll change my address. I'll do everything I can to get you out of my life. Don't ever go there again. I said, I don't need to be hurt badly by anybody ever from this day forward. But everybody else is finding out that if they hurt my feelings, I go, well, that hurt. Why don't you go F yourself?
Yeah.
And they're like, what? Because I don't care. If your goal is to hurt my feelings, I'll realize it and I'll tell you to F yourself. I don't care. Because I don't care if you want to hurt my feelings or not. Because I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you hurt my feelings. Go to hell. I don't need that shit. And I wish I felt that way 40 years ago. That, hey, if you're trying to give me crap and hurt me, go away. I don't need you. You don't need people in your life like that.
No.
You need people in your life where you can give each other crap because it's all out of fun.
Yep.
And you laugh.
We know that, don't we, Cassie? And Justin and Dr. Matt J.
Matt. He's gonna be watching racing. He's gonna be watching racing.
He's probably. I'm sure he's lurking.
Yeah, but he's busy watching racing. I've been watching a Netflix series on Formula One. In fact, last night I watched 2 episodes, and I thought about Matt sitting there watching Formula One, and I thought, hell, I could sit with Matt and sip on a beer. There he is.
You were still here.
And
lurking.
I thought about that. And I thought I could, he could do a lot more than me, but I could sit there and sip a beer and watch Formula One with him. We talk about anything and everything, but having Formula One running Yeah, I thought, yeah, Matt would have been perfect company for that. Uh, yeah, Formula One or old reels of some of the old NASCAR races are pretty good. Some of the old reels. Uh, and every time I watch any racing, I think of Matt. Uh, so don't think that you're not thought about
Speedo
by old
stacking cans. Watching cars.
Speedos. And, oh yeah, you're all right. All right. Now Matt's making me wonder if I got to set a dress code for my place.
I know someone
You know,
else that should, but
if I go to somebody else's house, they got a dress code. If I can honor it, I will. But if I don't feel I can, I'll just say, sorry, man. We're gonna have to meet somewhere else, But
Oh.
yeah, I could have. Oh boy, you don't want me setting a dress code. Oh no. Oh no.
Don't you need to?
Justin, bud, I never forget about you. I tell you what, the first time he sent me that sausage, he brought a whole world of old memories back. I mean, yeah, rock and roll, Dr. Smith. I tell you what, Dr. Smith, this is no shit. This is no shit. I'm sitting in my living room, just taking a break, kicking back, having a smoke and drinking some coffee. I was working in my kitchen, just kicking back, fucking off. Got the music on, right? Old rock, classic rock going.
Of course, yes.
And all of a sudden, I'm feeling the house is shaking. I'm like, what the fuck? So I come out to the front, go look out the front door. I get about halfway to this door over here, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, and the curtain on the door is going back. I answer to the door, and it's a fucking delivery man. And he's got this pissed off look on his face. And I had to sign for the package. Thank you. And he just stood there. And I go, something wrong? He said, I was in my truck. Hadn't even opened the door. And the music was too loud. I said, well, turn your radio down. He goes, no, your music was too loud. He says, I damn near broke your front door pounding on it. I said, well, I'm glad you pounded hard on it. I said, otherwise I would have never known you were out there. He said, how can you stand that music in there?
How can you not stand it?
I'm just jamming to myself, man. Back off. I said, no, they put the volume control there for me. So I get to pick the volume. I'm not deaf either. I'm used to a few rock concerts where I was front stage. Yeah. I can remember, and that was a B-rated or worse band.
I was wrong.
I don't know how I ended up at a spot by the stage that was only 3 feet from their bass speaker.
Oh.
And that boy on the bass was the whole band. I mean, the rest of the band was, but boy, could he pound the bass. I came out of there deaf for about 5-6 hours. I couldn't hear shit. That bass was so fucking loud. But I loved every minute of it. I got in trouble because I drove big old diesel bus, like you see him driving downtown, But it was one of the older ones, rounded nose on it, But it was a church bus. Well, this church for their youth group, they bought that bus and they painted the thing purple. And, they put all that stuff, praise Jesus and all that stuff all over the bus. And they were going to some Christian rock concert somewhere. Well, I didn't have no Christian rock to stick in that tape player there. I had some good Three Dog Night and some Steppenwolf in my pocket. Pop some of that shit in there. I didn't realize that whole fucking bus was nothing but speakers. I cranked that shit up. I swear to God, if you close every window in that bus, they'd hear you 5 blocks away. We're going down the interstate, and people are yelling out their cars and waving at us and shit. Never got that before until I started cranking that music. And when I got there, the preacher of this church, he's the one that hired me. I turned that music way down, pulled into the parking lot, stopped, and there he is. He comes up, and he goes, "How did the kids behave?" I said, "I didn't hear a peep out of them. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear a peep out of them kids. They were so well behaved, never heard of them." And then when the kids got off the bus and I looked around the bus, oh my God, they were partying. Yeah, the bus was pretty trash. The kids were having a hell of a good time on that ride. Yeah. They had a better ride on the way home. Goddamn. Stinking bus caught on fire. Something in the engine compartment we never did figure it out. But the ass end of the bus caught on fire.
Oh, jeez.
All of a sudden, I look in that big rear view mirror. I got all these kids running the length of that bus, piling up by me. I go, what the hell is going on? The back of the bus is on fire. Oh, get real. I looked out the driver's side mirror and I go, oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Hang on, kids. Got that damn bus off the freeway on the side road and grabbed the fire extinguisher, ran back there, popped the lid, and I looked and I go, wow, spray that. Sprayed it. Put the fire out. We looked it all over. And it didn't really burn anything important. And couldn't figure out what had started on fire. I fired the bus up and I watched it for about 15 minutes. Nothing's getting hot or anything. Told the kids, get back on. And I told one of the oldest boys, I said, you hang out at the ass end and if you see fire, yell fire up to me. We're on our way home. What the hell? Oh, no, shouldn't we call our parents and this and that? I said, no. No, you don't need to do that shit. Roll a half a dozen joints and enjoy the ride home. Let's go. I think I was the wildest bus driver they ever had. Yeah. And the kids love me. They love me. I mean, here I was in my 20s and these kids are in their older teens. And I'm telling them, I told them, I said, I don't care what your church teaches you. You can believe anything and everything you want. I don't care. But if you don't get some enjoyment out of life, you're going to be one of those bitter old bitches that sit in a nursing home and yell at anybody they see. Even people they don't know. They'll just know it. You're going to be bitter and nasty like that. So you need to loosen up a little bit. And they said, I had this one girl tell me, but some of the things that you imply we should do are sinful. I said, and your preacher told me that all the sins are forgiven. All you have to do is ask.
Right? Yeah.
You just hope you don't die before you ask to be forgiven. That's all. So that's why people say, ask God for forgiveness for your sins every day. That way you got that window, that 24-hour window. Whatever you did bad in that 24 hours haven't been forgiven yet, So, but if you don't ask for forgiveness except once a year, I don't want 365 days to say, I forgot to ask for you to forgive me. Because boy, did I do a lot in 365 days. I told them kids, you cannot ignore life by hiding behind rules that don't allow you to at least enjoy your time here. And the kids appreciated that. Now, I noticed their personalities. It's like all their personalities were changing. They're opening up. Some of those sourpuss looking kids are all of a sudden they're getting in trouble. And I'm like, that's cool. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, Matt. He asks hourly. It's safer that way. Uh, yeah, yeah.
I think you've been around every 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe even end each sentence with "forgive me." Yeah.
Sentence.
Uh, I get what you're saying though, Matt. You're just like one of these atheists, and if you really corner them, they say there ain't no heaven. I know there's no heaven. What do you do at night when you go to bed? Well, I pray there's no hell. Oh, you're such a good atheist. Yeah. I swear there's no heaven, but I pray there's no hell.
I'm going to tag you in this one. Let me see, where are we?
Yeah. I'm sitting here trying to figure out what the hell I want to fix for dinner tonight. Something easy. I bought this watermelon yesterday. Seen it at Walmart.
I got some chicken thawing out. I'm going to barbecue.
Oh, that sounds good.
Chicken leg quarters. Thawing out.
Oh.
I put some burger out on top of the car yesterday to thaw out in the sunshine. Then I took a nap.
Oh.
And when I got up, I had little 1 pound packets. They were in the kitchen and they were like part cooked. My son had brought them in. They were like part cooked. It was so hot yesterday.
Yeah, cooking on the rooftop of the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell.
I was like, oh no, they went bad, but no, they were just partly cooked.
I used to take. I did it on my '63 Thunderbird. The exhaust manifolds were big, and flat on the top. I'd put 2 hot dogs. I'd take a sheet of aluminum foil and lay 2 hot dogs end for end in there, and then smother them with chili. And then I'd fold up that tin foil, and I'd set it on top of that exhaust manifold, and I'd wrap some wire around it, and I'd do that on both sides. And I had a pack of buns in the back seat. I'd pick my girlfriend up, and we'd drive down to the lake to hang out, and I'd pop the hood, and she'd go, "What are you doing?" "We're having chili dogs." What? Yeah, I cooked them right on the manifolds of the car. She thought I was nuts. She thought I was crazy. No, it was sweet, man.
Dinner's ready.
Yeah, dinner's ready. And I never had anything burn. I had done, I did pork ribs one time on the manifolds.
Yum. Oh,
Pulled pork, barbecue pulled pork. I did that on the manifolds.
Oh, I still got a half a burger to eat, which I might have to eat pretty soon. From a couple nights ago. I was getting ready to warm up some. It's like in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4, something like that. So of course that's my lunchtime. Normally that's my lunch. I was getting hungry.
I was going to say for you that's your lunch.
So I opened this can of chili. I was just gonna have a bowl of chili or something. I looked in the microwave, and here my son had this bacon cheeseburger in there for me with French fries. I still got half of it left.
That's me yesterday. I ordered a BLT wrap, and it's instead of the toast, it's in a wrap. I didn't expect that son of a bitch to be about 1.5 feet long and that big around. They had it cut in half, thank God. I ate half of that. Hey, Scum TV.
Hey, Auntie, how are you?
And I ate half of that damn thing and half an order of fries. And I flagged the gal down at the pub we're eating at. Told her, I said, I need a to-go container. And my youngest boy, he goes, well, no, if it takes you a while to eat, go ahead. I said, I got no room for that. I said, you got to remember, my stomach's about the size of my fist. I can only eat so much. And I said, but that's how much. I'm taking that sucker home because my lunch and my dinner is this BLT wrap.
Easy, man. Yeah, people are confused about how big your stomach is to being picky. It's not that I'm picky; I just can't eat that much.
Right? You can only hold this so much.
I love food. I love food.
That's me. That's me. There's so many times I made a frozen pizza last week, and I always throw extra shit on them. I cut that pizza up. I threw half of that pizza, 4 slices on a plate. Come sit in the living room, and I'm eating. And then I'm realizing, man, I am stuffed. And I look down. I only ate 2 pieces. I'm going, this is flat out bullshit. Before I had that surgery, I would have ate that whole pizza, the whole damn pizza. Now 1/4 of it fills me up full. Mm-hmm. And the problem I found, that was funny. I had to go for this CT X-ray, and you have to drink this barium before the exam. Well, 2 hours before your exam, you got to drink this huge, it's like 24-ounce jug of this barium. Then an hour before your exam, you got the whole hour. But you got to drink another 24 ounces of that shit.
Damn.
48 ounces. My stomach holds about 16. So I'm struggling trying to get that shit down. I walked into that hospital carrying that last jug, and it's still about 1/3 full, and I'm sipping it because I got to force it down. And I get in there, and she goes, you haven't drank all the barium yet? I said, I'll get the last of it down in the next gulp. So if that ain't good enough, she says, no, if you can get it down, that's fine. So I got it down. They come out and they haul me back to x-ray me. And that gal goes, you got a really concerned look on your face. I go, I'm trying to hold that barium down. I said, I don't have that kind of volume to have all that in me. And she goes, well, I'm glad that you got it in you. I said, you ain't going to be glad you make me lay flat on the fucking table. Because I said, I don't have that central sphincter has been removed. I don't have anything to hold things in my stomach. I have to swallow constantly to make sure it stays down, because the sphincter up here is not made to stop things from coming up. It's made to stop air from going down into your stomach. That's what that sphincter is for. The one above your stomach stops food coming out of your stomach. And that's really what hurts when you have dry heaves. That sphincter is where the pain's coming from. It's because it's contracting, it's forcing itself to try to let something out. I said, but that's gone. So all of me, from my frickin' throat, way up here by almost to my Adam's apple, all the way down to my small intestine is full. And there's nothing to keep it down there except me swallowing constantly. And if you lay me flat, it's all. I said, you take a 24-ounce bottle of something, water or whatever. Lay it on its side. Tell me what's going to happen. She says, well, half of it's going to run out. I said, yeah, I'm that bottle. Don't do this to me. Oh, we got to do it. Blah, blah, blah. I laid on that table just constantly swallowing. And she's yelling at me she's behind this shielded wall. Just another minute, just another minute. Just another minute, just another minute. When they got done, she goes, there, we're all done. I'm still inside the tube, and it starts coming up. My arms were forward, and I was trying to sit up. I'm trying to get and her and another nurse run in the room. Wait. I said, no. Sit the hell up. Vertical. Then it'll stay down. But I was, and I loved it, actually. I was the kind of guy where I could eat until I was just stuffed, like I can't even swallow anymore.
Yeah.
Within 15 minutes, I could eat like a pig again.
Yeah. I mean, just those little cardboard pizzas, just the regular ones.
Yeah.
I can eat 2 pieces, and my son will eat all the rest. I don't know how he eats the way he eats.
I'm jealous. I don't have a son here to eat the rest.
So, yeah.
In fact, I still got 3 pieces of that pizza I made a week ago in the freezer. Got them in the freezer.
Yeah, my burger was 2 nights ago, the night before last. So I've been thinking I should eat that before it goes bad.
Right. I bought some awesome meatloaf from a local deli. The meatloaf's awesome. I just have to whip up some potatoes here,
Ooh.
But I had it down in the fridge for 4 days. It was 4 days. I had it down in the fridge. I was so pissed at myself because I just didn't have the appetite. So I wrapped that all up, and it's in the freezer. I got it in the freezer before it would turn, and I'll still bake it like I was going to throw it in the oven like I would have done. And
my fridge is pretty empty, but everything will go bad because we just don't eat that much.
That's it. That's what I have a hard time with. I had to throw out 4 bananas the other day. Because
my son can eat a lot, but he doesn't go in and eat leftovers. He can eat a lot at the time, but he doesn't go eat leftovers.
Doesn't do the leftovers, yeah. Yeah, those damn bananas. I looked at them and I go, Jesus Christ, I picked one up. Well, you squeeze it like it's like there's nothing in them anymore. They're just liquid almost, And they're still yellow. It had a lot of dark spot on them, but they're so soft. You could peel it if the banana's falling apart right as you're peeling it. Perfect for banana bread. Oh man, they're just perfect for banana bread. First thing I do is I set the containers out. I got these 1 cup containers. Yep, 1 cup of bananas each. Yeah. And then before I started putting the bananas in the containers, I go, open the freezer and I go, no bananas. Boom. In the garbage they went because I got no room in my freezer for them. Because all my leftovers and all the other food I want to eat is all packed in that damn freezer before it goes bad. And,
I still got food in my freezer when Mother Nature was here. So they bought it. That was almost 2 years ago now. We just don't eat that much. I don't really cook that much anymore with just me and Olive Cotter. Cook that much.
Yeah. See, that's me too.
I did start barbecuing, just so I don't have the heat on in here, the stove going and stuff.
That's what I'm going to start doing more of this coming week is more barbecuing. Especially, I love my barbecue chicken, man. And there again, I mean, if I were to cook just for me, 2 chicken legs will do it. Or 1 chicken breast, I'd have to force myself to get that whole thing down.
Mm-hmm.
But I could do like a thigh and a leg. with a small side of potato salad, and that would be it. So how the hell do you can't go to the store and say, I just want a thigh with a leg. Package that chicken that way. They don't package chicken for one or two people. They don't do it. Oh yeah, you can get a whole.
You gotta bring it home and separate them. That's what I do.
You can get a tray of 12 legs.
Freezer bags.
That's 12 meals. And it takes up a lot of space in my freezer. Everybody else, they go, well, why is all that chicken end up in your freezer? Because I'm not you. I don't have a freaking family. I ain't going out to the barbecue and putting all 12 legs and another dozen chicken wings and all that shit on the grill and not putting anything back in the freezer. No, me, I get a little bit of it and I got to put all the rest back in the freezer. I do love my chicken. I hate using up the charcoal just to go out there and cook one thigh and a leg or a breast with a wing and a quarter of a chicken. Heck, as a single guy, I'd fry a whole damn chicken, all 4 quarters. That's for me. And I'd have a breast and a wing that I'd be having later as a snack. But I'd eat it all in 24 hours,
Yeah, I used to cook so much more when Randy was here because he could eat enough for 3 people.
Yeah.
And him and my son, it was cooking big meals.
Yeah.
And then they'd be sitting there waiting for me to get done so they could grab my plate,
That's it. Yeah. Oh, you're not going to eat that, huh?
Are you done? Are you done yet?
Yeah, that's the only thing I miss. I can't eat enough, that I want to eat.
Yeah.
I did get good news though. Okay, they put me on.
Oh yeah, Bandit sure can.
Yeah, Bandit would do it.
He loves the leftovers. I remember what I said when Deidre, she's got the service dog. She said her service dog was alerting her to something. And I said, well, my Bandit is alerting me that I still have half a burger left.
He lets you know if there's food left. Yeah. Hey, you didn't finish your meal. Hey, look at that. You want me to get rid of that for you so people appreciate it? Yeah, I can do that for you. I was surprised because I'm eating now almost half of what I was eating 2 weeks ago. But one thing we noticed, and the doctor noticed, and they got me on water pills because I was retaining fluids. That's taken care of now. I don't have to worry about that anymore. But I lost 18 pounds on them water pills, getting rid of all the fluids in my body. Well, after I lost that 18 pounds, weight stayed the same. He says, that's where I know it. The excess fluids are gone. You don't have to take them. He says, you take those pills, I'm going to want you drinking a lot of fluid. So we waited 2 weeks, and I got a hold of him. He said, so how's it going, the weight loss? Because we were concerned I was going to lose a lot of weight because I lost my appetite for over 2 weeks. And I said, my weight hasn't changed. Still the same. Always stays within 1 pound. Back and forth. And he said, all right, your metabolism now has learned how much food it's going to receive, and it's taking all the nutrients it needs to maintain you at this level. He said, so don't force yourself to eat more than you are. He said, just eat comfortably,
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I'm good with that, because trying to get 3,000 calories in me every day was a bitch. That's a lot of calories. People don't realize. 1,000 freaking calories, man. you're eating anything with fat. You're looking for anything with fat. And then you open a pound of bacon and you go, huh? I should open the second
Well,
pound
now that I could eat bacon.
and eat the whole thing and pour that bacon grease over the top of something I can eat. Don't waste that bacon grease. Make sure you use that in something. I, yeah, it was
The
screwing my
people at the
head up.
store, they spoil us because we
Yeah.
sometimes get all the orders up there all the time. Yeah,
Oh,
that burger, there's the burger and then the bacon on top is just as thick as the burger. It's like, oh my God,
God,
so
yeah.
good.
Looked like a big slab of salt pork on it. I was, oh, I had someone the other day ask me, when are you going to
Oh,
make your sty
shoot.
beans again? They're like cowboy beans, a
Oh,
burger
there we go. What I just hit.
burger and bean, different, half a dozen different types of beans, a lot of seasoning. They're kind of sweet but zesty, little burn. And people love those beans. And I told them, I'll make a batch. I'll give you some. So I made a small batch and give him half of it. He told me, he goes, no, I wanted your beans. Where'd you get those? I said, I made them. He goes, those aren't your beans. And I go, well, yeah, everything's in there. I said, for Christ's sake, man, I used a pound of ground beef and a pound of bacon. And the amount of beans I put in it, that is almost 2/3 meat. So don't tell me they're not my beans. He goes, that wimpy, shitty bacon you put in there? Where's the big, thick bacon? And I go, oh, I forgot. I didn't put any salt pork in it. I'm sorry. Because usually my beans are just loaded with salt pork. And I sit and I slow cook them beans for about 12 hours. So that salt pork, the flavor it absorbs the beans. And he wanted them big chunks of salt pork coming out of them beans. And
Oh my
sorry,
God.
man, I forgot. And I told him, I said, look at you. I said, you almost need a crane to get your fat ass out of the chair. I said, you don't need all that salt pork. He goes, well, I'm like you, I'm dying. I said, they haven't given you no death date or nothing. He goes, but look at me, like you said. I can't get my fat ass out of this chair, so I'm dying. I said, probably 5, 10, 15 years from now, but you ain't dying now. He goes, well, I could be a little more sure about my death date if you would give me some decent meat in my beans. You fucker. Just can't make some people happy,
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I found out that I'm happier and the people around me are happier when we all don't give a shit.
Right.
If everybody just quit shit, yeah, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun if we just don't give a shit. I had some guy out here. When was that? Friday. He was bitching and whining because somebody stole his riding lawnmower. Well, that would piss me off too. Somebody stole my riding lawnmower. And I said, have they found it yet? He said, oh yeah, they found it. Found it the same day. I said, really? Well, that's cool. Was it damaged or anything? No, it wasn't damaged. He said, in fact, they filled the gas tank on it even. And I said, where did they find it? He says, 3 blocks away. The son bitch drove my tractor way down there, mowed this lady's yard, the whole yard. Mowed her whole yard. And he drove it out on the sidewalk and parked it and walked away.
Oh my goodness.
They got him. He told the cops. He said it was my bad. I promised the lady I'd mow her lawn. He said, I shouldn't have done that because I don't have a lawnmower. He said, so I saw the guy's lawnmower sitting there, nobody using it, so, and it had the key in it, so I took out
Wow.
and mowed her lawn. And
Wow.
sidewalk.
Nuts. That's
So
great.
the thief is trying to be a good Samaritan, right? The guy that got his lawnmower returned with a full tank of gas, and he said it, the damn thing was damn near empty when I parked it, but it was full tank of gas. Well, that tank on that mower he's got holds 4 gallons. I said, no, that's $16 worth of gas or more. $20.
Yeah.
I said, I'll loan my lawnmower to somebody if they want to give me $20. You know, I said, why don't you look at it that way? The guy just bummed your lawnmower, came back, not hurt. Old lady down 3 blocks from here is happier than hell. She's got this nice, beautiful yard. And that guy, he feels good because he didn't break his promise to mow her lawn. I said, that's what's wrong with this damn world. All
Look at the right side.
all parties involved should look at that and go, yeah, aren't we a pack of morons, you know? and laugh it off together, you know. Yeah, you get so goddamn serious, and yeah, the world ain't worth a shit, man. Yeah, I don't get that damn serious. I had this one guy telling me one day, I'll do anything to protect my property. I said, you will, eh? He goes, yeah. And I told him, I said, do you lock your house doors at night when you go to bed? He goes, oh, no, we're coming and going so much, we don't lock the doors. I said, oh. I said, and looking at you, you're not that tough, really. I said, so if somebody breaks into your house, they don't even have to break in, just walk in the middle of the night. I said, who else lives with you? He says, well, my wife and 2 kids. I said, oh, but you'll defend your property no matter what. You got everything in your yard. It's got a chain or a cable on it. It's locked around a tree and shit. But you leave your house door wide open with your wife and kids in the house. I said, so you will defend your property, no ifs, ands, or buts. You never once mentioned, and my family. So obviously your family, you don't much give a shit about.
We keep our door locked like all the time.
Me too.
It's locked. It's locked right now. Plus, I got this, got this right here.
I'm not going to show what I got sitting right here. I got away with it a couple times on the channel. I figured.
I know. I've seen it.
Oh, shit. The other night, I heard a gun go off on the road. And I figured from the sounds of it, I figured it's about 2 blocks down. I get out there. I'm wearing a pair of Crocs, barefoot, wearing a pair of Crocs and a pair of shorts and a T-shirt. And I got my fucking cane. And I've got 2 canisters of mace hanging from my belt. And I'm walking down the sidewalk, heading down there to see what the hell's going on. I get about halfway down there, and this guy I know down the street, he comes out, and he goes, where are you off to? I said, did you hear that gunshot? He goes, yeah, I did. He said, I think it was probably an accident, unintentional. And I said, I just wanted to check to see if that's what it is, And he goes, oh, so you're armed with 2 He says, you're armed with 2 canisters of pepper spray and you're going up against a gun. I turned around, lift my T-shirt up, and I pulled that 9mm out. And I go, no, I brought this with in case the mace don't work. And I stuck it back in the back. He goes, you don't even have that damn thing in a holster. I said, I ain't got no ass. It fits in back there just sweet. I can hardly tell it's there. I said, and I can grab it very easily from there.
Mhm.
He just shook his head. He says, Sty, you fucker. He says, I'm going to catch you one of these days unprepared. I said, no, you won't. No, you won't. No. I said, it's just like wearing clothes, you know? Yeah, dress for the occasion. If I need a big knife next to me in my recliner, it's going to be sitting there. If I need a handgun next to me, it'll be sitting there. If I want some pepper spray with me when I go to Walmart, it'll be hanging there. And I wear my pepper spray on there's spring-loaded cables that mount here, put on your belt. So I can pull it up, spray them, canister gone, just let go, pull the second out. Let go of it. Canisters don't go anywhere. They hang from me. And it's so easy to pull out that, yeah, I can double barrel. I'll double barrel your ass with some nasty pepper spray.
Do you have a Desert Eagle? Desert Eagle.
No. No. I've got my daily carry is a M&P Shield 9mm. Military and police Shield 9mm. It's the most common sidearm that any law enforcement carries now. They say that 4 out of 5 officers on patrol are carrying M&P Shield 9mm. So I look at it this way: if that's what they carry, that's what I should carry too. You know?
Yeah, we got a 9mm like right in the center of the house where either of us can get to it. So.
Right, centrally located.
No.
And that's it. Is I'm fortunate that I got enough firearms to well defend the house. Every room's got access to a loaded, ready to go firearm. As far as handguns, I got the 9mm, and I got a little J22, which is a little Jennings 22. Boy, that sucker's snap off 8 rounds, just pop, 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 pop. And someone told me, well, you can't stop somebody with a 22. I said, you ever been hit in the chest with 8 22 rounds? I said, don't give me that shit. I don't want to hear it. You can't stop him with a 22. If it doesn't stop him, he's laying on the floor crying like a baby. Then I'll pepper spray the shit out of him while I step over him to grab my 9mm, and then I'll finish the story. You know, I keep telling people, you don't have to worry about this boy's ass. I have my medical team constantly. Do you feel safe at home? I said, I feel safer at home than I do at a police officer's convention. I said, I could go to camp with 100 cops that I wouldn't feel as safe as I do at home. Hey, Justin Anderson, 4 or more. Well, and that's the thing too, is I've thought out strategically what are my defendable positions in every room. And that's where the firearm is located. I head for that defendable position in that room. They don't want me to be in the living room and try breaking in my house. Because I won't stop them from breaking in. I want them to break in. And I hope that they aren't carrying a weapon with them, because then I'm going to pace them. I'm going to pace their ass. I don't want to do the cleanup. You know, the cop, most people don't know that. So you got somebody break into your house, right? And they're violent and they got a weapon. Someone in your house dispatches them, kills them. Boom. And they bled all over your living room floor and your couch and everything. The cops, when they come in to investigate, they hazmat up because of the blood. After the coroner comes, takes the body. All's done. The cops say, yeah, come down next Tuesday, fill out a report, blah, blah, blah. Have a good night. And that's it. They're gone. Well, you got this hazardous freaking mess all over your house. Blood splatters on the wall, your TV, and on your living room floor, and your couch, and you clean it up. It's yours. It's your house. Uh, um, what sank in your boathouse? Your houseboat?
His weapons. His weapons.
Oh, that's a houseboat I wouldn't want to knock on the door. But I did have fun. I didn't have my conceal and carry for the state of Minnesota. I go down to visit some family, and a cop happens to see me open the trunk of the car I was in, and he sees a gun case. Oh, well, now he walks over and he's got all these questions. Where are you from? Who are you? Blah, 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 blah. And I gave him my name and my address. And then I said, and from this point forward, unless I got an attorney present, I'm not answering any more of your questions. Well, he's looking in the trunk. Then he reaches in the trunk. I said, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't be going in my trunk without a search warrant.
Pew, pew.
He goes, oh no, I've got my pew pew. Yeah. But he says to me, he says, well, no, seeing that rifle case gives me probable suspicion you've got other guns, and I have the right to make sure those guns are all secure. I go, I don't agree with you, and you'll do whatever the hell you want, because if I refuse to cooperate, then you're going to say that I'm interfering with your duties, and you're going to put me in detention, you're going to handcuff me, and I'll have to dick around with you for an hour out here, listen to you preach to me about you're the law, you know everything. Then you're going to take me in, book me, release me. I'll have to take a cab to come back to the car, and then I'll have to come back next month when I file a civil suit against your ass for wrongfully arresting me. I said, so do whatever you're going to do. Well, he does. He goes looking through my trunk. 5 times he had to ask me, could I have the keys to this case? No, you're not getting that case. I said, and you should have access to it anyway. He goes, what do you mean? I said, just look at those locks. And he looks at the locks. I said, you'll find the same 2 locks on each of those cases. And some of them were just square stainless steel cases or aluminum cases. They had handguns in them, you know. I only had 2 rifles with, and the one rifle was in a just a rectangular case. It wasn't even a true gun case, but it was a secure case. Each case had 2 locks on them, 5 of them. That's 10 locks. And I told him, you got a key, you can get them. He goes, why would I have a key to your gun locks? I said, not to my gun locks, to those locks. He goes, it makes no sense. And I don't believe your guns are secure because you can't show me a key for them. I said, they are secure because only people like you can have a key to them. And myself, because I own them. But you have a key. Help yourself. He goes, you're not making any sense. Are you intoxicated? He says, here we go. Here we go. And I said to him, those are TSA locks. This cop asked me what the hell a TSA lock is. I said, the only way to travel and bring guns onto an airplane, and they have to go in baggage, they can't go in carry-on, is to have them locked with a minimum of 2 TSA locks. You know, the TSA security at the airports, and all TSA locks are keyed for a standard TSA. As a civilian, I can't get the same key you guys have because that would open everybody's cases. My key only opens my locks, won't open your TSA locks or somebody else's TSA. Your key will open everybody's TSA locks. He goes, well, I never got one of those. I said, well, shame on your police department. Because every one of you officers are supposed to carry a TSA key. So you can access TSA locks. He goes, I think you're making that shit up. And he's got the key ring hanging from his belt. And I'm looking and I go, I'm not reaching for anything, but I'm pointing right there, that key right there. That's your TSA key lock right there. Or your key.
Bolt cutter. Matt.
Yeah. I should have told him, yeah, I've got the key for those, and go dig in the trunk and pull out a big bolt cutter. Here, there's the key to my locks. But he took that key, and I told him, try to open one of my cases. He put it in the lock, snap, open right up. He looked at me like he just relocked it. He didn't even look in the case. He goes, I think I'll just leave it as you're here visiting, you're on travel, you have your weapon in the trunk of the car, they're properly secured. I just have to ask you, where is the ammunition? I said the ammunition is actually behind the passenger seat, but not in the trunk. He says, yeah. He says, I can't argue anything, so he says, you're good, you can go. I said, that only took 35 minutes.
35 minutes.
What? You wasted 35 minutes of my life with this bullshit. And who do I send the bill to? Because I just gave you training, you know? Yeah. Hey, John's life. Still working on his 870 project. 2 magazine tube was found cheap and added. Bayonet lug. DNA rail, 2 brakes. You're having fun, aren't you, John's life? I wish I'd never gotten away from doing a little bit of gunsmithing, you know, tricking out a few here and there, but I wish I hadn't got away from it. I enjoyed doing it. But when I was young, I really got into black powder guns and building them from the ground up.
Doctor
Smith, I'm tired. Hey, I'm gonna let this go about another 7 minutes. It's 7 minutes, guys, and then I'm probably gonna wrap it up. Yeah, it's a way tricked out bird gun, he says. Yeah, we used to have fun tricking guns out. I made a little bit of money when I got into the black powder stuff. Hey, there's my buddy. There's Woods, everybody. Empty Woods runners.
Empty Woods runners.
Great to see you, my friend. Jeez. I wish you were close by within driving distance. I've been feeling good all week. I've actually been out working in the yard and shit, doing shit. I should have been out.
Wait again.
Wait again, he says, yeah. But yeah, I should have been out hiking some waterfalls, except my lawn was getting to the point, and it's, you know how it is when you have that one person in the neighborhood that don't do nothing with their lawn. They just let it grow. But everybody else got nice mowed lawns.
Yeah.
Nobody knows any of those people with the mowed lawns generally. But boy, they know the sucker with that weed patch, you know. Also, everybody knows you because of the weed patch you live in. So I had to get rid of that.
Getting a bayonet. It was like 1897.
It sounds like a yeah, Woods. Yeah, Woods is shouting out to all. Howdy.
Yeah, I'm about ready to go warm up my burger and have something to eat.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking I'll be wrapping this up within 5 minutes because I gotta go eat something too. I gotta go eat something, and I wish I felt up to keep going on. Now the Woods popped in. You know how that is. You've done lives too, where
Oh yeah, somebody pops in right at the end. Yeah,
right at the end they pop in, and you really want to talk to them,
and
but
it's
you already
usually like when I'm at work. It's usually I have to go. I have to go to work.
I got no choice. It was just a couple weeks ago or so. I went for 6.5 hours, did a stream. And then I tried to get off the stream, and I've got Nicholas Green
Oh
on
yeah,
the panel. Get off, and he's still in the back room with me, and he's chatting away, and I started kind of dancing around in the chair. Yeah. And finally I said, Nick, you know what? I got to stop you. I'm not hearing you anymore. And he goes, what, is something wrong with my, I said, no, there's nothing wrong, except I can't pay attention or hear whatever you're saying. And he goes, why? And I said, because I'm going to piss myself. I said, it's been over 6 hours, man. I got to go. I'm not
I
sitting
usually
on
do,
a
Justin.
eat live. Yeah. I don't.
Prove
Oh,
that I actually eat. Old country homesteading.
yeah. You wanted one of them old Winchesters with the big old ring lever. All right. I had, it was built in 1949. Looking at the serial number and going back, you can tie it in, find out when it was built. 1949. Winchester, a 32 Winchester instead of the 30-30. I had a 32 Winchester, octagon barrel, and it had the big ring lever on it. I dropped a big bull elk with that sucker, and people said you can't drop no bull elk with a 32 Winchester. Oh yes, you can. Oh yes, you can. Yeah, you gotta get in a little tighter to them. You can do it. Hey, Alexander, good to see you, bud. We're going to be wrapping up here in about 3 minutes. Sorry, guys, you just.
I'm gonna get going so you can say goodbye to everybody.
I love you, girl.
It's been fun.
Thank you for spending your Sunday afternoon with me.
It was fun. Thank you. Thanks for
Yeah,
having me. All
you
right.
bet. Anytime, girl. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
See you all.
Yeah. Ain't she sweet? I mean, yeah. She's awesome. There you go. Woods has got a Model 94, 32 Winchester. Yep. Now, yeah, the old Winchester I had, there was no cheap gun when I sold it. I bought that gun for $150. Now there's some people out there piss their pants. They hear that $150. Now in 1987, I sold that gun for $695. I only paid $150 for it. I sold it for $695. That old boy held on to that gun, and I found out he sold it. This is a couple of years ago. He sold it. He got $1,800 for that gun. Huge difference. Yeah. Just get a Facebook message from an hour ago. Yeah. Built in 1960. Your Model 94 was a 1960? Awesome. Yeah, mine was a 1949. Yeah, 1949. And that's nice. 60, I believe. Yes, I believe I'm right. The Model 94 in 1960 was still machined parts. They weren't stamped parts. They were still machined. And that makes it one sweet piece of iron. It's anything stamped loses value quick. But boy, oh boy, if it's been a machined part, Marlin 336 was $125 in a very neglected state. Dad bought it in the mid-2000s. I got it as a graduation present. That's awesome. Yeah, I tell you what, I've got an old Glenfield 22 tube fed 22 up there, upstairs in my bedroom. I tell you, I've killed so many critters with that thing. Rabbits, squirrels, grouse. Oh my God! I bet you I've shot at least 150 grouse with that 22. I dropped 6 deer with that 22. Yeah, no kid. 6 deer with a 22 rim-fired long rifle. Old Glenfield, tube fed. And I saw just a couple years ago this guy. I figured it out how to speed load tube feeds, and he shows, and he's got these tubes, aluminum tubes, that he can stick 16 22 rounds in, and he's got a cork on each end. He pulls it out, pulls the cork out, feeds them all real quick. I laughed. We were doing the same damn thing, but we were doing it in the 1970s. And where did I learn it from? My granddad. And he said they were doing that in the 40s. Speed feeders for tube-fired rifles. He says you just needed some were made out of copper. So he said we didn't see a lot of aluminum ones until after the war, but he said most of them were made out of copper tubing. And he said we even saw some that were frickin' wooden dowels, hollowed out wooden dowels. But yeah, speed feed. But that old Glenfield 22, I bought that at a yard sale. And that guy wouldn't budge on the price. No way. He wasn't going to budge an inch. So I caved in, gave him $25 for it. $25. Guess what it's worth today in the condition it's in? About $100. About $100. That's all it's worth. They made so many of them. That they're all over the damn place. 90% of them are called dog beaters because you'd have it propped up next to the front door, and when the dog's barking, you'd beat them with that 22. Hardly ever shoot it, Nuisance critter, huh? Mounded dirt, but no hole. Very few days. There's another mound. He is either a chipmunk or some kind of desert squirrel, whatever he is. He's tearing up my yard, which is all the dirt. But more importantly is I'm growing some tomatoes and some pepper plants and don't want him to get in them. No kidding. Any critter that wants to burrow and dig, look out for your garden plants. Man. Hey, Phil. Great to see you, bud. I tell you what, I watch you eating that hot shit. When it gets posted, I gotta watch it. You know, don't get yourself to the place where you're drinking battery acid, my friend. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Uh, what do you think of this, Phil? Yeah. Old Sty without the beard, eh? I was gonna message you and say, how much do you want for that Sty mask so I don't have to reveal my face? There you go. MT had a Glenfield lever action 30-30. It was a good shooter. You bet. Glenfield, there's a lot of history behind that that gun manufacturer. Like the Glenfield rifles. I had a guy looking at it, he goes, what's that stock of that gun? What's it made out of? And I said, well, it's birch. He'll say, what? I said, it's birch. He said, well, I knew it was too light of a color to be, it just don't look like oak. And I said, well, feel the weight of the gun. It's light. It's birch. He goes, I can't believe that shit. And I said, no, Glenfield, when they first started making them, they tried hickory, way too heavy. Went to oak, it's a little less heavy, but it was still too heavy. Plus, all of the good hardwoods had a big peak in the market. They were worth a lot more. So Glenfield decided, we're going to pound them out with birch stocks on them. And from that point forward, they put all their Glenfield 22s were all birch stocks. And the one I got was a birch stock. And I believe mine's a 1960. Early 60s, no matter what, it's in the early 60s. But yeah, I paid $25 for it. Got a nice little scope on it. I plopped on it. Shit, I'll take the eye out of a grouse at 50 yards with it. And that little bugger's dead on. Like I said, you know, I probably shot 150 grouse with it. Out west, out northwestern Montana. That was the best grouse hunting I ever had. You know, the damn grouse, they'll go to roost, they get in the tree, and there'll be one or two of them on this branch. Then a couple branches above them, there'll be another one or two there. Then above them, there'll be another couple up there. You'll have sometimes a half a dozen of them, but it's only a couple on each branch. You can sit there where they're not seeing you. You can sit there and go ping, ping, drop the two off the bottom branch. The birds above them, they don't move. They don't even look. Shoot the next branch up. Boom, boom. Shoot the top branch. Boom, boom. You can get yourself a half a dozen birds out of one damn tree, as long as you start at the bottom and shoot your way up. Because if you shoot one of the birds, let's say you shoot one on the top branch, bing, as he falls by, everybody below him sees a dead grouse, one of their own, falling past them. They're getting the hell out of Dodge. They go. But if you shoot from the bottom up, they're the dumbest bird in the world. They don't look down for some reason. They don't look straight down. So they don't even realize, oh, Bobby just got shot off the branch. They don't, they're dumb. Yeah, Glenfield was a branch of Marlin. Yeah, and I've had a lot of people call my 22 a Marlin, and then I'll walk over and show them the barrel, and they go, oh, it's Glenfield. I go, but you're right, it's a Marlin. Yeah, it is. It's a Marlin. Now, I've had probably 4 or 5 Marlin 30-30 lever actions over the years. I was buying Marlin 30-30 lever actions all the time. And I gift them to some young kid, you know, he's going out for his first deer hunt or something, you know, and I'd gift him the 30-30. And then a year or so later, I go, well, I gave away that last 30-30. I better go buy another one. But Marlin, yeah, Marlin, I've owned a lot of them. You'd probably say, oh my God, I just fell to the ground. He was so drunk. Yeah, lawn dog. Yeah. Oh, look at Bobby. I didn't think he was going to last that long. He's crashed for the night. Don't worry about him. Yeah. You'll never see me fall off a branch like that. I was notorious years ago, or I do take a little bit of pride in my shooting skills. You folks know what a killdeer is. Screaming little bastard, you know. They scream to try to distract you away from their nests. And you see them in these big open meadows, and you know, they like big open areas. When I got that 32 Winchester, my best buddy and I drove into this clear cut, you know, it's this clear, it's an open patch of ground. Very little grass in it, sandy, and there's killdeers running all over the place. Well, there's one way across the field, about 125 yards out from the truck. We got out of the truck. We got to talking. And hey, Kirk Whipper, good to see you. There's Tim. Great to see you, man. Loves 22 too. Yeah, love my 22s. But that killer's way the hell out there, 125 yards, running all the way across that field, screaming. And then they come back screaming back. Come back. And both of us agreed. I hate them damn killdeers. They're nasty if you got to cut across an open spot like that and you're trying to be stealthy because you're hunting, and them things start screaming like that. Now everything in the woods is paying attention to what's going on in that clear cut. He says, we ought to shoot the son of a bitch if he wasn't so far away. I said, you want him gone? He goes, you can't hit him. I said, I can with that lever action you show me. I'll show you. So I reached in the truck, pulled my 32 Winchester up, rested across the hood of the truck, iron sights, 125 yards out, one squeeze, and all you saw was a poof of feathers. My buddy says, that is bullshit. That ain't right. I said, oh no, that is absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Don't waste a bullet. Well, it was only about a month later. We're way up in the backcountry driving around, and he stops and he goes, do you see that grouse? I said, the one right out my window here? He goes, yeah. It's about 35, 40 yards up this hill, sitting on a windfall log. Just he's standing on it, head up, he's looking around. And he goes, damn, grouse dinner would sure be good. I said, no shit. I said, I'd love to have some grouse for dinner. And he says, yeah, you only brought a sidearm with you, and all I got here is a 30-06. And I told him, I said, well, I ain't shooting at him with the sidearm from this distance, but I'll take him with that 30-06 if you want. He says, there won't be any bird left. I said, oh, yeah, you'll be able to eat that whole bird when I get done. He goes, not possible. Fished his 30-06 out of the back seat, pumped around in it, stuck that sucker out the passenger window. Boom! He said, and 30-06 is a hell of a hand cannon. My buddy goes, what a waste of a bullet. You owe me for that bullet. I said, I'll pay you for that bullet, or I'll trade you the bird for the bullet. He goes, there's no way you hit that bird. I said, yeah. I put the rifle between the seats, got out, walked up that hill, and there's that bird laying there. Picked him up, looked at him, brought him down, showed him to my buddy Bill. Now, he's already been shocked just a couple of weeks earlier with the killdeer. He looks at that bird and he goes, that's impossible. I said, obviously not. That bird had a trough cut right above his eyes, straight through the top of his head. The bullet just went right through it just cut a trough through. Killed him instantly. Oh. I said, I told you, the whole bird's edible now. He says, nobody shoots grouse with 30-06. I said, that's not true anymore, is it? I said, quit saying that because it's not true. I'll shoot a grouse with whatever I have. And I said, you just got to know where to shoot him. And you got to know whether or not he's within range that you can be able to use a nail driver on him. If you can't nail drive that round, don't shoot it. Well, I was familiar with his 06, and his 06 had one of those flop over 9-power scopes. You give it a hit with the heel of your hand, flop it over, and you got iron sights. That's what I used, was the iron sights on that bird. 35, 40 yards, too close for that damn scope. Damn scope, its head would have filled the scope, Oh, Cassie, well, I've got to run and continue to keep up with responsibilities. I didn't even realize it was still lurking until I picked up my phone back up. Hey, love you, girl. Thank you for coming over. It's been great. It's been great. Love your company. Love your company. Old country homesteading. I got a sweet Montgomery Ward's Model 35A 12 gauge that I picked up a few weeks ago. Swag, full choke, best. I can't read that shotgun I ever have. Lawn dog. Oh God, yeah, and then, well, you gotta have some humor because here in California, generally speaking, we do not do guns for hunting. That's a bummer. And then Old Country Homestead talking about his Montgomery Ward's 12 gauge. It was made under Western Field by Winchester and Browning. Yeah. I had, let's see, I got, hey, Garden, Agnostic 413, it's great to see you. Native Coots, I feel in my face now. Love you, Cassie. Yeah. But yeah, Alexander, with your Monkey Ward's 12 gauge. I had actually three shotguns from Sears. Oh my God, they were cheap. I mean, they were cheap. Single shot shotguns, 2 of them. One was back in the 1960s or early 60s. that my dad had bought. Well, I ended up with it. But that one, just swing lever with drop open, single shot shotgun, all steel and wood. Then I bought one in the 1970s, and I was so disappointed when I got it. Cock that bugger open, I'm looking at it, take the buttstock off of the barrel. The whole front end of the buttstock that's got the barrel hook on it that hooks to the ass end of the barrel, the receiver end, it's all plastic, all molded plastic. Oh, I was pissed off. I appreciated that the gun was cheap, but boy, was I pissed off when I found out that is a critical part of that gun is the breech. And the breech, the only steel part of it was the actual breech, which was molded into nothing but molded plastic. That breech, I always thought that damn breech can blow right out of that plastic, hit you right in the face. Did not like that. But I got a double barrel 410 from Sears in 1971. 71. That was still all steel. I love that puppy. Boy, that little 410. I shot so many pheasants with that damn thing. And even though it's got such a tight little pattern, I felt more like I was shooting a rifle. And I was able to take pheasants with it so easy. And it was a great, awesome squirrel gun, 410, little 410 shotgun. Sears did do some strange things in the mid 60s to the 70s, with their shotguns. They really did. I saw a damn fool out there one day. We went to a sale. The guy had some shotguns for sale. I'm looking at them. And I told him, oh, wow, these are pretty damn cool, but they're all wall hangers. Hang them on the wall. You don't want to be shooting them damn things. He goes, what do you mean? I said, those aren't safe to shoot. And he said, sure they are. I said, no, they are not. They were Damascus barrels. And they were built at the wrong time. There was a long period there that those Damascus barrels and the liner of them couldn't handle the modern shotgun shell. They could not handle it. And they would split. And eventually they would explode. The barrel would come apart. Those old Damascus barrels were not safe to shoot. And he's telling all these people looking at them how safe they are. Oh, no, they aren't safe to shoot. And for what he was asking for them, I said, they're worth the money, though, as a wall hanger. You want to put it on the wall and show it off. Little country saying they banana peel. They do. They do. I saw one, is single shot, 12 gauge, and it unwound that Damascus barrel, and that gun from butt to the end of the Damascus on it was almost 7 feet. That's how much that barrel unwound as that shot went through it. It totally unwound like a big ribbon. Guy was lucky he didn't get fucking killed. I mean, that shit can come back at your face, especially if it explodes from too much back pressure, because then it comes back at you. And they're beautiful guns, but the Damascus was, I read an article where they said the life expectancy of a Damascus shotgun was 1 year. Yeah. the twisted steel barrels, yeah, they were a little more dependable on the safety issue. They, like you were saying, the lower PSI game loads function fine in them, without any hazard. And but the Damascus was made for black powder. It definitely made for black powder. But they made cartridges that fit them. So you go buy a box of 12 gauge rounds, and you're not looking at how much PSI is coming off that round. Pop it in there, and I just ruined a perfect wall hanger. It would have looked nice and all. Now you can hang it on the wall as a curiosity piece. Don't go there. No, don't go there. That's like I bought an old Spanish Mauser. They bored that bitch out to a 308, a long 308. When you fired that bugger and you ejected that shell and you looked at the shell, the primer, you could run your finger across the butt end of that shell, and you could not catch your fingernail on the primer ring. Everything on the butt end of that bullet was flat. It all became one. It was like it was hammer welded. And that's because there was so much back pressure. It was flattening it out on the breech. And a buddy of mine, he wanted to shoot it. I told him, I'm going to let you shoot it, but I want to stand here at a 90-degree angle and watch the breech of that gun when you fire. And he fired 4 rounds. And I swear that 2 of those rounds, that breech heaved away from the barrel. It got pushed back away from the barrel. At that time, that's all I had available to me. And I managed to kill a couple of nice deer with it. But every time I shot it, I was scared to death. You don't take an old Spanish Mauser and crank it up and think that heavy round is good for it. No. Yeah. Alexander knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. Well, guys, typical of me, I went a half hour over. I said, yeah, we're going to wrap this up at 3.5 hours. And here we go. Just a couple of minutes away from 4 hours. And we've had a good audience today. Great audience. A lot of people, a lot of topics. We went all over the board. Native Kutsa, she says Bandit helped her with her burger. I can see him now. Ma, you haven't finished that. You want me to? I can eat that for you. I'll eat that for you. I can see him now. Yes, Dr. Smith, it's been fun. Native Foods are telling everybody to have an awesome day. I have. You guys made my Sunday afternoon. It's awesome. And it's 6 o'clock here. That is early enough. I can go sit out on the porch for a little bit, then come back and have myself something good for supper. Figure that out here in a little bit. Yes, God bless you too there, Woods. You take good care of yourself, brother. Love having you here, man. Late is better than never. Yeah, that's right. That's why I tell everybody now, if they say, I'll hike with you this summer, I tell them, well, you hike to where we're going, and you better be patient. I'll get there, but you're going to have to wait. It's going to be a while. Yes, Alexander was great. It's great. Um, we'll have to touch base, man. Oh yeah. Um, don't be a stranger. Yeah. I can't get much stranger than I already am. I'm pretty strange. With that, guys, you know what that means. It's time for me to grab the girl in the fur coat and oh no, that's yeah. See, there she is. She wants me to dance, man. She wants me to dance. Yeah, we're going out. We're going to go out on the porch and we're going to dance with the girl in the fur coat. And I'll see you all next Sunday, 2 p.m. Central Time. This is Sty North checking out for today, but I'll be back. We'll see you next week, guys. Take care of yourselves. Take very good care of yourselves. I want to see you all back. Night, guys.